say, one of the players is a violent psychopath who'd rather kill everyone to beat the game rather than calmly talking to them, that unlethal, non-game trap, we can kind of excuse some of its deviancies from John's philosophy, which will land it in our sinner category. Also, I'm going to be putting the whiteboard right here for the rest of the video because as it fills up, it's just going to be much easier to actually see the whiteboard in its entirety later. So I'm just going to leave it here. My buddy over here is going to hold it. His name's Buddy. Say hi, Buddy. Yeah, he says hi. This leads us directly into the main trap of Saw 2, the first of many main traps that will be one massive game made up of a bunch of small consecutive traps. Here we have what I like to call the Trap House, a two-story building being pumped with nerve gas. Our game participants have 3 hours until the doors to the house open for them, but they'll die in 2. Each room has antidotes for the gas in them, along with traps catered to each person. The participants include Detective Eric Matthews' son and a bunch of criminals he put away, one of which is Amanda. Again, right off the bat, we have some issues here. This is a game that requires each person participating to actually follow the rules. If, say, one of the players is a violent psychopath who'd rather kill everyone to beat the game rather than calmly talking to them, that does kind of take away some of the ability for other people to actually choose to live. What complicates things further is that John decided it was a smart idea to put the son of an unhinged cop in a locked building with Matthew's son and a bunch of criminals he put away, one of which is Amanda. Again, right off the bat, we have some issues here. This is a game that requires each person participating to actually follow the rules. If, say, one of the players is a violent psychopath who'd rather kill everyone to beat the game rather than calmly talking to them, that does kind of take away some of the ability for other people to actually choose to live. What complicates things further is that John decided it was a smart idea to put
Yes, it wasn't really a smart idea.
I fucked up and I reset my timer. So now I'm going to be grandma for a little bit longer.
Oh my.
So, here we are.
I have a jacket that is green and a blue and Luigi. Green and blue and a Luigi.
Why isn't my avatars being captured?
Here, Sapphire, Sapphire, here. Sapphire, 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 Sapphire.
Hickory,
Sapphire.
welcome to my channel.
Happy Halloween.
Sapphire, Sapphire.
Thanks for the like.
Sapphire. Here, Sapphire, Sapphire, Sapphire.
Hello.
Sapphire.
Hello, welcome.
Here,
Here.
Alright.
Here,
You too.
Sapphire. Here, Sapphire.
Yeah,
Hel-
happy pumpkin.
Yeah, happy Halloween day. um, what did I want to do?
Put the son of an unhinged cop in a locked building with a bunch of criminals, including the aforementioned violent psychopath, with the full expectation that the kid survives for his father's own trap. I mean, he had Amanda there to make sure the rules are followed and everything works out fine, but she was also poisoned by the nerve gas for some reason. Also, she's a tiny woman trying to defend a boy from a big musclehead. The kid ended up having to defend himself, and she didn't even do that great of a job at enforcing the game's rules. Oh, and to add insult to injury, one of the players actually seems like he does appreciate his life, as well as the lives of his wife and kid, who kinda depend on his presence to survive. Since he turned his life around, there's some gang members after him, and if he's not around to deal with them, they'll kill his family. It doesn't seem like this guy deserves to be here to begin with, and by simply including him in this, John has condemned yet another innocent wife and child to death. That all being said, the Trap House as a whole is pretty dubious when it comes to how well it follows John Jigsaw's philosophy, but I'll be approaching each trap individually to see how they hold up on their own terms. The Trap House game starts in a locked room at its center. The only thing in the room is a safe, which a tape in the walls reveals holds 1 vial of antidote to the nerve gas. The tape also provides hints that the numbers that make up the safe combination are drawn on the back of each player's necks in different colors of the rainbow as an indication to their order. The only door to the room is on a countdown lock, presumably to allow the group time to figure everything out and get the antidote. However, this is a group of stupid criminals, so a lot of the clues go over their heads. participants. Out of all the traps in the trap house, this is the one that suffers the most from there being multiple players. This room requires collaboration from all the participants so that only one of them can actually be saved. This puts a lot of trust in a bunch of criminals doing the right thing, which I get is the point of the test and wouldn't have a problem with it if it was only for an individual, but since we're dealing with a group of them, this does threaten to take away the agency of those who actually choose to reform themselves. While this doesn't explicitly take away the ability to choose like other traps do, the player's
No.
agency is still dubious enough to where I'm going to put this in our little failed category here. There's also a smaller trap that's technically part of the antidote safe room, but it's separated on the Saw Wiki, so I'm going to address it as such. I had mentioned that the door to the room is locked on a timer. Well, John had asked the players not to try to open the door themselves and installed a little pulley system attached to a Magnum revolver to dissuade such action. As I've said before, the simple traps are usually the best. The criminals were told not to open the door, and it's up to an individual choice to disobey that request, in which consequences follow. The Magnum Eye-Hole trap gets a thumbs up. Once the timer lock releases, the gang finds their next trap in the basement of the trap house. This one is specifically designed for player Obi, a liar and con man who had been hired to kidnap the others before he kidnapped himself. All he has to do is climb in a furnace to retrieve 2 syringes of nerve gas antidote, one for him and one for a friend. However, once he pulls them off their chains, it triggers the furnace to slam shut and start up, with the only way of escape being to twist the nozzle on a valve that would shut off the fire. It's too bad we aren't made aware of this fact, save for like one shot that lasts 5 seconds once it's too late for Obi to survive, but that's more of an issue with the editing than John Jigsaw's trap design. The trap itself passes the sniff test, as the rules are clearly laid out for Obi, hinting at a way of escape. And while Musclehead over here did threaten him, technically Obi had the full ability to make the choice to go in himself and take the syringes. Again, simple traps for the win. The next trap is found upstairs, this time made for the Musclehead, a drug dealer named Xavier. The room holds yet another syringe of antidote behind a locked door with a key hidden in a pile of presumably used needles. Xavier needs to jump in there and retrieve the key before time runs out and the doors lock forever. Now, as an individual trap, it works fine. In fact, it's not really that lethal, depending on the diseases you contract from the needles. But at least those can be treated once you're done with everything. This is mostly just gross and uncomfortable, so it should get a thumbs up. However, this is complicated by the fact that there are multiple people in this room. Unlike the furnace, where it's pretty hard to actually force someone other than yourself to do the test, this is just a hole in the ground you can push anyone into. And that's exactly what Xavier does. Now, with this being a completely non-lethal trap, at least in the immediate sense, and with Amanda being the one tossed in there, this could have been part of the whole game, in which case that's some smart planning on John's part, but it's not super clear on that front. Plus, it wouldn't really deter Xavier from targeting someone else. Still, this does create a gray area as to whether the game's participant is actually supposed to be the participant, which will land this trap in our ambiguous category. After this, a couple more players die of miscellaneous causes, with the survivors splitting up to try to make it on their own. This leads Lady of the Night Addison to another trap room. This one is home to the Razor Box, a glass case hanging from the ceiling with an antidote glued to the bottom. Since Addison decided to dispose of the tape explaining the trap, all I have to go off of is what I see and what the Saw Wiki trivia section says. Apparently this is made for Gus, the first man in history to get shot by a door, who was a greedy businessman shown to also be a recovering drug addict in a later movie. The Razor Box then seems to be a test of greed. The player would immediately go for the syringe via the first thing they see, which is a couple of handholds. These handholds hide a pair of razor blade vices that will trap the player's hands, cutting wounds deep enough for them to bleed out. Either that, or they could have just walked around the backside of the box to see what looks like a lock with a key already inside, giving the player easy access to the syringe without any pain. If that's the intention of the trap, this is actually a pretty good and fair one. Not only is there a pain-free option to get what you need to survive, but even if you get one of your hands stuck, you can still free yourself by using your other hand to expand the blades enough to pull it out. You'd have to be either really stupid or really desperate to actually fail this trap. With that in mind, this trap gets an easy passing grade. The rest of the trap house plotline is absent of any more traps, with a more standard hand-to-hand confrontation between Xavier and Amanda and little boy Matthews. However, this entire game has been filmed for the sake of yet another game. It's Sawception up in this piece. You see, the cops from earlier finding John Jigsaw's hideout was no accident. John had intentionally targeted Mark in the death mask specifically because he was a CI for Detective Eric Matthews. He then left a clue to his hideout at the scene of the trap to lure Eric into a game of his own, which involves him watching the events of the trap house, which kind of means that all these people's tests were not necessarily for their own
I can
benefit,
take
but for the
Coleman,
benefit of
darn
Eric.
it,
In that case,
special.
every single one of the traps in this movie would be in direct violation of John's philosophy, but I'm going to save myself the headache and just leave things as is. As for Eric's game, the rules are incredibly simple. All Detective Matthews has to do is sit there and listen to John Jigsaw yap until the trap house game is done, and he'll find that his son is safe, or rather his son is in a safe. That's because the feed the cops are watching is actually pre-recorded. During Eric's game, the trap house stuff is done already, with his son having survived. So then this becomes a test for Eric to wait for the cops to do things by the books, in which time his boy would be revealed to be safe and sound. However, Eric is an impulsive detective with a penchant for excessive force and framing suspects, as shown through the trap house residents, so this proves to be a very hard game for him. He eventually gives in to his base impulses, assaulting John and whisking him away to where he's told his son is. However, all he finds is the site of the old bathroom trap, where Amanda jumps him, traps him, and leaves him for dead. Even though this has no actual traps built for it, Eric's game not only perfectly abides by John's rules and philosophies, but it also is just the best executed game so far. Eric has a major character flaw that he must overcome for the sake of the game. He fails and faces the consequences of that with a bit of poetic justice being delivered by one of his victims. Now, he does escape in the next movie and attack her, only for her to beat him, insinuating he's murdered off screen,
Need
only for
something
him
for it?
to not be. But that's all gobbledygook that happens later. For the purposes of this movie, this trap is simple and it works. Anyway, Saw 2's traps ended up faring much better in following John Jigsaw's philosophy, and in so doing, creating more conceptually interesting games. It pretty much took a lot of the ideas from the first movie and made improvements in consistency. It's not perfect, mind you. The setup for the trap house is dubious at best when it comes to following John's rules, but on the whole, it's a good setup. I'd say I hope that this is the mark of an increase in quality with each installment, but I already know it ain't because the next movie's not going to fare too good, so
Come back
let's
if we
just
need
get
work.
to it. Well, at least Saw 3 starts off well with the classroom trap. We get yet another drug addict, this one named Troy, participating for abusing the privileges he had at birth to become a junkie rotating in and out of prison. Now, it's time for him to turn his life around. Our man has 11 chains attached to his body in what I assume are non-vital places, though the chain in the chin is pretty questionable, especially since the same thing is used to kill someone in about like 4 movies. Anyway, all our boy Troy needs to do is tear some skin to break the chains of his addiction in under the allotted time, which is about 1.5 to 2 minutes, or else he'll be blown up by some nail bombs. Assuming that it wouldn't kill him to remove all these chains, this is a good trap. Troy has to make the choice to remove the chains or die trying. Of course, as always, the time to do it feels a little short, but I've kind of accepted that it's to stimulate the game player's survival instincts. Troy obviously fails once he gets to the chin chain, but it doesn't really matter as the only door to the room was welded shut by Amanda anyways, marking the first of a couple traps that Amanda sabotages. Aside from her interference, this trap passes the smell test. It's not necessarily his fault or him breaking his own rules if the crazy junkie disciple ruined it. The next trap sees Detective Allison Carey, who's been around since the first movie, being strapped into a trap that has these metal brackets around her rib cage. In 60 seconds, these brackets will rip apart her abdomen like a mechanical blood eagle, which earned this trap the moniker Angel. If you're wondering how Carey found herself in this trap, it's because she's allegedly dead inside from having to investigate the aftermath of all these jigsaw traps. I think you should take some blame on that one, John. But sure, let's punish the lead detective investigating you for becoming numb because of the bodies you leave behind. This doesn't sound like her fault at all. Now, in order for Carey to escape, she has to retrieve the key to her harness from a jar of acid before the 60 seconds are up. Theoretically, this trap is winnable. I'm not 100% sure how freeing herself from the harness would allow Carey to get off of the brackets on her ribs, but this is another trap that Amanda rigged to fail intentionally, so maybe the original design of the trap had a more escapable design to it. Again, barring the sabotage, this trap allows the player to make all the choices themselves to survive, and the rules are well established and simple to follow. While I do have my issues about how taking off the harness would solve the problem of the stomach opening spindles, I'm just going to chalk that up to Amanda's interference and count this as a valid trap otherwise. You know, Saw 3's not doing too bad right now. Yeah, no, that's about to change. This brings us to the main trap plotline of Saw 3, which follows a pretty simple trap. The issue is that this goes full Sawception times 3. You have a trap within a test that actually serves as the final test for a game that is then later revealed to be the start of yet another game in the next movie. If you can't tell, Saw 3 is where the plot of the franchise becomes a master cluster of contrived plot points and goofiness that takes a simple idea and then goes full retard with it.
Everybody knows you never go full retard.
For the sake of our purposes here today, I'm just going to address things as I need to, and for Saw 3, we're just going to start small and then expand out towards the big picture. We start off pretty simple with Dr. Lynn Dinlin, who probably has the silliest name in the series. She was a co-worker of Dr. Gordon's before he vanished, who after the death of her son has become
Here. Seth here. Seth here. Seth here. Here. Seth here. Seth here. Seth here. Seth here.
Mhm.
become emotionally distant from her family, starting up an affair that she isn't even all that emotionally invested in. John Jigsaw has had her kidnapped for a game in which I guess she's supposed to learn to appreciate her family. Lynn has a collar lined with shotgun shells placed around her neck. All she has to do is keep John alive long enough to see the end of another game happening at the same time. If he dies beforehand, the shotgun shells will go off killing her. Now, this sounds less like a John Jigsaw game and more like extortion, but I guess it works. It's fully up to Lynn whether or not she complies, and the rules are pretty simply laid out. Now, the nature of John suffering from late-stage brain cancer does complicate the fairness of this test, as I can attest to, it's a pretty unpredictable disease at times. Plus, Lynn only has access to rudimentary medical tools, so she's really at a heavy disadvantage. Still, she's able to do it, so I guess it doesn't really matter that much. However, the fact that this is more or less extortion rather than a proper trap, and that this is only really a pawn for the sake of two other traps, does muddy the waters on this being a proper test that fits John's philosophy, so this will go in our middle category. Like I said, Lynn's little test is made worse by the fact that it's actually a vessel for Amanda's test. Remember, I had mentioned that she'd been sabotaging traps in this movie, which apparently has been going on since the end of Saw 2, where it's implied that she had killed Eric. Except she didn't, because then he comes back in Saw 4. John Jigsaw apparently has been aware of this, which in retrospect makes those traps more unfair, seeing as how he just allowed Amanda to intentionally screw over the people playing those games. Regardless, John has now had enough. Now he's going to give Amanda another test to make sure that she will totally follow his philosophy after he dies, even though she's proven that she won't. But I digress. The only rule for Amanda's test is to not kill Lynn Dinlin. That's it. Of course, John makes this task difficult, intentionally sparking her jealousy by trying to force a special relationship between himself and the good doctor, and by not actually directly telling Amanda she's in a game right now. Because that's how you make a fair game, John. Regardless if she fails, which she does, she'll be shot by a third party who we'll get to in a second. So not only does this take away any and all agency from Lynn Dinlin in her test, since it doesn't really matter if she participates in it or not, if Amanda's just going to kill her anyway, but it isn't even clarified to the game's player that they're even playing the game, and thus couldn't possibly know the rules to said game. If anything, John just made this game for Amanda to fail so she'd get punished for sabotaging his traps. Of course, that would mean that John just straight up condemned Lynn Dinlin to death for the sake of cleverly getting rid of a failed apprentice. Now, it's later revealed that Amanda was blackmailed into purposefully failing her test by another one of John's apprentices, Hoffman, who we'll get to in a bit, but he really doesn't even need to do that as things are presented. It was such a simple test, but it's such a mess of one. It's obviously getting a failed grade. Now, what is initially pretty simple so far gets very complicated very quickly, as Amanda's test is also the site of the finale to another test going on over the course of Saw 3. This test follows grieving father Jeff, who's later revealed to be Lynn Dinlin's husband, as he engages in what will be the first in a string of what I like to call trap gauntlets. Basically, trap gauntlets are tests that consist of one or more characters going from trap to trap that usually have an overarching theme to them. They also usually irreparably shatter John Jigsaw's rules and philosophies. In Jeff's case, his trap gauntlet revolves around forgiveness. While his wife Lynn Dinlin fell into depression after her son's death and sought the comforting arms of another man, Jeff fell into a spiral of vengeance, practicing just what he would do to the man who committed the hit and run on his son in front of the mirror every night. Somehow, John found out about this and is now making him face some of the people involved in allowing the perpetrator to get away with a light sentence. All Jeff has to do is forgive them for their roles in his suffering and save them from certain death. First is the only witness of the accident, who Jeff has to save from being frozen to death by retrieving a key from behind some stone-cold pipes, something he fails to do. Then there's the judge who gave the killer a light sentence, who is under threat of drowning in pig guts. Fortunately, this time Jeff is able to save him by burning up his kid's belongings. Next is the guy who actually did the deed, who is strapped up to the rack, a trap that will twist each of his limbs off and then ultimately his head. All Jeff has to do is retrieve a key tied to a shotgun's hair trigger to save him. Instead, Jeff stupidly gets the judge killed and then forgets how keys work, getting the other guy killed too. Good job, Jeff. The finale of his test brings him face to face with John, who he has to forgive for kidnapping him and forcing him to witness so many deaths today. Jeff fails this, effectively killing everyone in that room before getting into the next movie to kick off yet another test. The reason I brushed over all these traps is because they all share the same exact issue. The person whose life is at stake has their ability to make their own choices taken away and put in the hands of someone else. Someone who seems to really want them dead, by the way. This completely contradicts the main rule that John preaches, particularly in this movie, by the way. The only exception in this gauntlet is the finale, because at least with that, John consented to putting his life in the hands of Jeff, although he did yet again take away Lynn's choice to survive by effectively allowing Jeff to kill her by proxy, so yeah, I guess all the traps in Jeff's forgiveness tour is gonna get a failing grade. But I'm only writing the tour, just the one, because it occurs to me I'm about to run out of space very quickly, especially in the game over category, so I need to keep things as concise as possible. Despite starting off okay enough, the main plotline of Saw 3 absolutely brutalizes John's philosophy around the traps. Now, you'd think that with John's death in this movie, we'd stop here, since we're only looking at the traps John designed in reference to how they contradict his own rules. Oh, you sweet summer child. We're not done. Not by a long shot. If I could manifest a tear right now, I would. That's how I feel right now. Starting with Saw 4, the franchise finds ways to integrate random flashbacks to retcon things to theoretically make things make sense in the present, which gives the movies an easy way to bring back John Jigsaw. For the fourth installment, we get more of John's origin story, including his first official trap. I had previously mentioned that John's ex-wife had worked in an addict rehabilitation clinic and that it was one of the patients there who killed the unborn baby. It is that man, named Cecil, who John chose as his first ever trap participant. Cecil's trap is a simple one. His hands and feet are bolted to a chair with the lever to release him right in front of his face. All he has to do is lean forward. Granted, there's a crisscrossing array of knives between his face and the lever, but that'll only leave a few scars. Small price to pay for freedom, if you ask me. However, once Cecil frees himself, there's a second phase to the test. He has to make the choice to just walk away as a changed man, or he can try to get revenge on the man who put him in the chair. If he chooses the latter, as he does, there's a bundle of razor wire waiting to tangle with him. In both phases of the test, the choice to survive is completely up to Cecil. Both stages are survivable and beatable with clear, concise rules to ensure the player's success. Say what you will about his later traps, but at least John Jigsaw got it right on his first try. Our first trap in the present takes us to a mausoleum where two game players are chained to a winch that'll eventually reel them in and strangle them. In order to escape, the two need to acquire the key from the back of one of their shackles to unlock the padlock locking the collar around their necks. The problem is, the guy who has the key also has his eyes sewn shut, while the other guy can't communicate with him due to a sewn mouth. To complicate things further, the blind man is provided a box of weapons to kill his trap buddy. The big issue with this trap is that there's no tape left behind to actually explain the rules of the game or what the game even is. These two guys just wake up in a mausoleum with no way to communicate with each other, forcing them into a battle to the death, one in which the mute man wins. The blind man was effectively screwed from the beginning, not knowing what's actually going on, and he dies for it. Now, this could be remedied since the movie comes out after the death of John Jigsaw, but it's later revealed that this movie actually takes place at the same time as Saw 3, which would necessarily make this trap John's design, even if he's not necessarily the one administering it. From here on out, unless specified otherwise, it's safe to say that most of these posthumous traps are of John's own design. With that in mind, the mausoleum gets a failing grade. This leads us to the main trap plotline of Saw 4, which gives us our second trap gauntlet. This one follows Officer Daniel Rigg as Jigsaw grooms him in the ways of the trapping game, earning my personal name for it, the Grooming Gauntlet. You see, Rigg is targeted because he's too obsessed with having to save those close to him, especially after many of his fellow cops have died at John Jigsaw's hands. You'd think that'd be an admirable trait that proves he values life, but I guess to John this makes him the perfect candidate for not only a trap, but a potential inheritor of his career once he's dead. Sure, yeah, okay. The Grooming Gauntlet is a series of traps across the city that are designed to help Rigg understand Jigsaw's jig laws, preparing him for the final test where Eric Matthews, who's still alive after failing his own test, waits for him. There's a 90-minute timer for this gauntlet, but unlike other traps, the only way to win this game is to let the timer actually count down to 0. But we'll get to that in a second. The Grooming Gauntlet starts in Rigg's own apartment with the scalping seat. A pimp named Brenda has been strapped to a mechanical chair rigged to pull her hair until her scalp pops off. The only way to free her is a combination lock, with the numbers to open it hidden within the gears of the chair itself. Rigg's task is to simply see what Jigsaw sees and let her die. However, if he gives in to his silly little obsession of doing his job and helping people, Brenda has a game of her own: to kill Rigg before he arrests her for her crimes. This trap just doesn't make much sense. Rigg's task is to stand by and let this woman die, or he can show that he values life by saving her. Jigsaw's whole philosophy is appreciating your own life and the life of others, yet here, an appreciation for life means failure. That's absolutely ridiculous, John. And of course there's the whole Brenda's life being in the hands of someone else and thus taking away her ability to choose to live anyway. Now, once she's free, this becomes more of a competition trap, where two players must go head to head to prove which one has a stronger will to survive. Naturally, the big strong black man wins the fight against a scrawny injured little white lady. So there's a little disadvantage here. I mean, she has a knife, but what's that gonna do? Also, this is one of the funniest edits in the franchise.
I won't give up.
It still makes me laugh hysterically. So, by all measures, the scalping seat is just a complete contradiction of Jigsaw's philosophy. Now, with each trap in this gauntlet, it should be noted that there's a heavy emphasis on Punisher-like justice rather than a focus on appreciating life. While John definitely arranged and designed this game, it is revealed that Rigg's fellow cop Hoffman has been the one administering it. It's revealed in the next couple of movies that Hoffman enjoys the punishment side of the traps rather than the redemptive side, so that philosophy could have certainly leaked into the traps here. The only reason I'm still going to cover them is that John clearly was the mind behind this operation, even recording his voice for the rules breakdown, meaning that he approves of these setups. Regardless of Hoffman's philosophy, these traps still spawn from John's, allegedly. Anyway, after killing a pimp named Brenda, Rigg receives a clue for his next destination along with a couple of keys, one of which to a hotel room. So he amazingly races over there where he's tasked to administer a game himself. This player is Ivan Lansness, a serial forcer of himself on unwilling women. Geez, we just made the leap from neglectful parents to full deplorable criminals. Like I said, there's a Punisher-like quality to these.
I won't give up.
Rigg puts him in a trap that sprawls him out on a bed with his head nestled into a vice. Ivan is given 2 buttons, which will trigger a couple of mini scythes to drop into his eyes. He has 60 seconds to gouge out his own eyes, or he will be ripped limb from limb. And he gets pretty darn close to beating the game, but alas, the evil man dies.
Exhausting.
Womp womp, I guess. This trap gets a thumbs up from me. Rigg only has to put Ivan in the trap. He's not tasked with killing him or doing anything else that takes away the guy's own ability to choose to live, while the trap itself is designed for the player to have full agency of their own survival. Despite having 2 players, this game is expertly designed for them to still maintain all ability to choose with their own lives in their own hands. Good job, Software. Of course, then the movie jumps back on the BS train once Rigg gets a clue to his next location, which is the school where Troy was tested in Universe like only days ago, at most. Somehow Hoffman was able to set up yet another trap at an active crime scene, but I digress. Here we have abused housewife Morgan and her violent husband pinned together with metal spikes. They're positioned in such a way that when pulled out, they'll only cause minor flesh wounds to Morgan, but deal lethal damage to her dearly beloved. The objective of the game is to pull out every spike to sever herself from her abusive marriage, and in the process killing hubby. Rigg shows up after all this happens, with his only task for the trap being to evaluate if Morgan has actually changed and give her his other key to free her. This is again putting Rigg in the shoes of Jigsaw, this time overseeing a trap where someone actually won. However, this trap unfortunately contradicts John's philosophy by making it center on killing someone with them having no choice in the matter. This might be considered more of a competition trap, but it seems like the husband can't really do anything to save himself. If he could, he'd probably beat his wife in the spike tug of war. He's already beaten his wife quite a few times, as I understand it. He may be an abusive piece of excrement, but John is not about punishing criminals, he's about giving people a chance to change, which is not what's being offered here, at least for the husband. You know, John, if you want to groom someone into following you in your mission, it may help if you followed the philosophy that is supposed to be the motivating factor behind it. Anyway, Rig's next clue leads him to the conclusion of his trap gauntlet at the same building Jeff is currently doing his trap gauntlet. Rig just has to wait for the timer to run out so he can safely enter the room and rescue his friends. However, his major character flaws are caring too much about saving people and running through unmarked doors, so he fails. What he finds on the other side of the door is the ice block trap. Eric Matthews is suspended on an ice block on one end of the scale with Hoffman tied to a chair on the other. As the ice melts, the scale tilts towards Hoffman, forming a puddle at his feet, which will electrocute him once the scale touches an exposed wire. If Rig breaches the door too soon, a pair of ice blocks will drop down and smash Eric's head, which would cause Hoffman to fry. Meanwhile, this is all being monitored by the guy who won the mausoleum trap, who's revealed to be John Jigsaw's lawyer, and the lawyer for every criminal in the grooming gauntlet, Art Blank. John must have evidently felt bad about not explaining the rules to the mausoleum, so he put Mark in yet another game, one which he was supposed to help set up and monitor. Once the 90-minute timer runs down, he's supposed to release the detectives before being released from his own little trap, which will sever his spine if he fails to do what he's told. Art attempts to ensure Rig's success by handing Eric a gun to dissuade the player from entering until the time is up, but it only motivates Rig further to break the rules, which of course results in everyone's death, well, except for Hoffman since he was in charge of the whole thing. Now, obviously there's the issue that the lives of the three people are placed into Rig's hands with no choice of their own. However, this is a bit more of a unique situation. Hoffman's life is technically in no danger since he's a secret John Jigsaw apprentice, and Eric already lost his game, so it could be argued that he's lost the benefit of choice by making the wrong choices in his own test. Although given John's beratement of Amanda's treatment of Eric in the last movie, he shouldn't be here either. Then there's Art, who really shouldn't even be here since he's already won a Jigsaw game. Yet here he is. I don't know if his fate is implicitly tied to whether or not Rig passed his test, but Rig just shoots him anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter. Regardless, there's enough here that makes it a little vague as to whether or not this applies to John's philosophies or not, and I am tempted to put this in the really effing confused category. However, because this is all set up to teach Rig not to run through doors too fast and save people, I'm not even giving it that. That's a stupid reason for John to target someone. The ice block trap goes in our game over category. Now, while all of this is happening, there's yet another test going on. Holy crap, John is making these so needlessly complicated. The cop investigation plotline for Saw 4 doubles as a test, though it's mostly just vague warnings that somehow clairvoyantly predict exactly where each cop is going to be in the exact moment. John somehow learns that Detective Carey was secretly an informant for FBI agents Perez and Strom. John tries to inflame the agents' curiosity by sending them a key attached to the message, "Open the door and you will find me," along with a warning that two cops' lives are in danger, pretending these to be from Carey. However, it isn't until Carey gets flayed that Perez and Strom come into town. They spend most of the movie chasing after Rig and learning John's backstory, going from trap site to trap site and finding vague warnings and messages that wouldn't apply until much later. Naturally, these warnings are ignored, which results in Perez getting a face full of shrapnel, leaving Strom alone, which isn't a great thing since John somehow predicts that he will be the man to kill Jeff without his partner around, which he does after deducing where John is hiding out. Turns out the key that John sent him who knows how long ago is able to unlock a door to John's resting place where Jeff tries to kill him and get shot for it. I have no idea how he knew this would happen, but it does. Hoffman then locks Strom inside, but that's not the end of it, as Saw 5 starts with Strom finding a secret passage with a tape warning him to just sit and wait for the cops to arrive. However, he naturally disobeys and goes down the path where Hoffman knocks him out and puts him in the water cube, which is simply a cube around Strom's head that will fill with water and drown him. There's no escape from it. This is meant to be an execution, and yet Strom is able to use his ingenuity to survive by puncturing his throat to create an airway. Now, this whole test barely counts as a proper Jigsaw one in my opinion, but again, the wiki counts it. Who am I to disagree with the Saw scholars? The rules are simple, just obey the cards, don't act stupid, and you'll survive. Failure is totally up to them. As much as I find John Jigsaw's complete omniscience when it comes to this game incredibly stupid and a product of bad writing, I have to admit that this does follow John's philosophy pretty well, and that's the only positive thing I'll say about this plotline. I also feel compelled to say that this entire thing hinged on Carrie dying in the last movie, but that only happened because Amanda sabotaged the trap. If Amanda did not intervene, Carrie would have survived and this entire thing would have imploded and John's entire super layered like 5, 6, 7 times trap would just completely fall apart. In retrospect, it makes the angel so much worse because that means John was planning on Amanda sabotaging the trap so Carrie would die, so that this trap would happen, serving as a bookend to the trap plotline of Saw 3. Holy crap, the convolution is killing the consistency here. Anyway, as a whole, Saw 4 is very shaky when it comes to consistently abiding by John's trap rules. It felt like for every trap that actually kinda works, there's one that's a complete catastrophe. Now that John is actually dead for real this time for the movies coming up, you'd think the traps would tone down, but no. John has a lot more posthumous traps planned out, including a test for his final surviving apprentice, that we know of. I'm pretty surprised how even this has turned out to be. I was expecting something so much more offset and worse, but of course we have 5 more movies and that could easily change. Oh boy, could it change. Saw 5 officially kicks off Hoffman's test as he engages in a cat-and-mouse game with FBI agent Strong. However, because the details of Hoffman's test are so vague, I'm going to skip it for this video. All we get is that John Jigsaw's ex-wife, who by the way would struggle to beat a plank of wood in an acting competition, is supposed to administer it. But when she finds out that Hoffman had blackmailed Amanda into failing her own test, she settles for a good old-fashioned execution. The best I can assume is that Hoffman was meant to do the reverse bear trap like Amanda, but that's the furthest extent we get on what his test would have looked like. There's simply not enough provided to me to make the determination. Now normally this would mean that Hoffman's test would go in our very effing confused category, but because it's not technically administered as far as I'm aware, we're not gonna count it. Hoffman's cat and mouse game ends with another trap that we'll be skipping. The glass coffin, as it was clearly devised by Hoffman after Strom surprisingly escaped the fate that John had originally planned for it. I know that we saw John working on it in a flashback, but because Hoffman is the one recording for the tapes in this trap, it's safe to assume that Hoffman just borrowed it for his own ideas. Still, it has to be noted that this is the only trap in the movie that'll actually follow John's philosophy. All Strom has to do is climb inside the glass coffin to survive, but instead he chooses to throw Hoffman in there and dies for it. Sweet and simple. Though of course this is then used to frame Strom as the secret Jigsaw acolyte, which is incredibly stupid since Strom only recently came into town like a couple of days ago. He literally hasn't been present for most of the time Jigsaw has been active. Plus it's not like it even works on anyone. It actually just puts more suspicion onto Hoffman, so way to go there, dude. But this isn't a critique of the story, so I digress. Saw 5 also reveals the backstory of Hoffman, giving us the pendulum trap. However, again, I'm going to skip it because this was explicitly designed by Hoffman as an execution method for the man who killed his sister. It was made entirely separately from John in an attempt to imitate him before Hoffman had even met him, so it really doesn't matter if it follows John's philosophy or not. However, once John finds out about Hoffman's attempt to imitate him, he puts Hoffman in a proper Jigsaw trap, or at least a trap we can talk about for the video. The Hoffman is strapped to a chair with a shotgun strapped under his chin. Boy, John sure loves his shotguns. I mean, we got like one Magnum revolver, but every other time John's used a gun, it's a shotgun. Anyway, Hoffman's arm restraints are tied to the trigger of the shotgun, setting it off if Hoffman moves too much.
if you need
So,
work.
how does Hoffman escape from such a trap? Well, he really doesn't. John yaps at him for a bit, we get the meme.
To me.
John pulls the trigger to reveal that the gun wasn't actually loaded, and then he lets Hoffman go to become his apprentice. Well, then it's revealed that there actually was a shell in the gun, which I guess means that Hoffman surviving was just luck and that John was fine with murdering him, even though...
Killing is distasteful. To me.
Really, this was just a scare tactic John used to see if he wanted to recruit Hoffman. There's not really any rules, there's no real choice, and the fact that the gun was partially loaded left things up to chance. I'm not even sure if I should count this, but I'm desperate for traps to count in this movie, so into the trash can the shotgun chair goes. This leaves us only with the main trap plotline of Saw 5, which John had set up before he died and had Hoffman administer. This follows a group known as the Fatal Five, a small band of selfish individuals who each played a role in an arson case that killed 8 people. There's the funky rich kid who was paid with drugs to burn the building down, the fire marshal who falsely labeled it an accident, a journalist for The Herald, who found out the truth and covered it up for money, the real estate agent who set everything into motion in order to steal the property, and the city planner who took bribes to approve it all. These people are put through a trap gauntlet where they're forced to learn the power of teamwork, putting away their selfish impulses to help each other out so they can all leave alive. Of course, it takes until there's only 2 people left for them to figure this all out, but it's the thought that counts. Each trap is implicitly designed for everyone to survive. The necktie trap puts the groups in collars attached to wires that will jerk them back into some razor blades in 60 seconds. All the group has to do to free themselves is grab a key from a glass box in front of them, but when one person goes forward, everyone else is pulled back. The intention is for one person to grab a key and pass it on, but the selfish people insist on fighting each other to grab their own key before them. Next is the sealing jars, which contain keys to 3 of the 4 chambers that will protect the group from some explosive.
Like you. That's all. Maybe. Everything before Mephisto is distant. A dream. I remember she loved me. We came here for a reason. Let's go. That smell. You don't forget it. Oh. Lorath was here. Left his workbench a mess. Again. Let's take a look around. He may have left something useful behind.
Lorath left a letter for you.
I thought he might.
The serpent calling the fires of eternal conflict on its scales were reflected the truth century can never be seen the same course. Hatred.
I saw my corpse, and from my mouth crawled hatred.
I recognize this. Rathma's prophecy. Lorath always dismissed it. What would change his mind?
Can't believe you actually found her.
Who are you?
Friend of a friend. I've been following you since you arrived in the Peaks. On Prava's behalf. She once...
Prava's knights hunted Nerel across half of century.
I would have asked the same. Not she's changed. Or maybe the world has.
We can't keep running. Let's hear what Prava has to say.
A wanderer and a heretic both. Welcome.
If something happens,
I'll be ready.
I hear Urivar is dead. By your hand?
yes.
Good. Neyrelle, the church has been searching.
I'm aware.
Such a chill, and so near the hearth. I didn't want this war with you.
Why are we here, Prava?
Perhaps someday. Inarius's death cracked the foundation of our faith. Urivar's actions tore those cracks asunder. And even though you no longer carry the stone, you are not relieved. The threat of the Lord of Hatred remains.
Yes.
Then we have a shared enemy. Let our feud be over. In time, when word spreads, you, all of you, will be friends. May the fathers...
A friend of the church. Lorath won't know what to do with himself.
Yes. I was just thinking about something Eru told me once. You must remember the home you saved. Hold it close to your breast, because it's the only thing you have.
Not everything he told you was a lie.
Did we push him to this?
No, this is on Mephisto. I know how he works. He shows us truths so... Stone. And we are standing here together, ready to face what...
We are all villains in someone else's story.
Dobro jutro, Snake.
The Haradrim know this better than anyone.
Kad se ide
We've
na,
all made
na
hard
robotu
choices
u
to
8.
protect what we love.
Osam,
Choices that seem necessary, even righteous in the moment. But the Lord of Hatred excels at turning the blade of righteousness back into our guts just to hear us scream. The choices we made in hell had aftershocks we are only now beginning to understand. How would history paint us for the path we'd taken? How would it paint Eru? Eru made his choice out of love and despair. I can hate him and still understand why he did it. And how it made him the devil's perfect tool. Another twist to the blade of righteousness. Perhaps Eru believed it was all worth it. The Hantu and the spirit realm were spared from Mephisto's touch. But that only meant they were cursed to watch the rest of the world wither. In the age of hatred to come.
Što igraš? Diablo?
Ma mislim sam završio.
Diablo.
Ma ekspanzija.
No? Expansion. Što igraju svi na Twitchu Call of Duty.
Neka ih.
Gledam onaj rekomende stanovac. Rekomenda kanal se igraju zombije. Kao treće lice. Pogledaj ovo, vrete. Ovo kuda si upalio. E, ovo tek ti, vrete, liči na ovaj... World War Z. Gledaj ovo, posljedno sam tu generalče. Pričam. Sva mapa izgleda koji iz Payday 2 igra. Opet su ubio ovaj Agon. Ja sam što smo ga ubijali, samo što ovdje je manj, ovo je veći. U trećoj zoni, on je ogromni.
A, znam.
Evo ubiju ga sad ovi trenutno, a ovdje na ovoj mapi je mag.
I shall walk amongst the innocent. And there will be no salvation in the light.
Hail, wanderer. I've come all the way from Kurast to find you. I was sent by Ormus. He asks that you visit him.
Last spooky stream.
Here.
Red Dead Gaming.
Here.
Like, hold, yeah.
I used the full accent.
I guess I got that.
Este bonus, poprostu dochodzi. I wytyczy to.
Bullet them. Which ammo mod y'all use?
I did take it.
Where you see ammo mod, Ben?
I already got it.
It's at the same place where you upgrade your weapons. If you press R1, you can do ammo mods.
said
It's like
Lee's
free fire, electricity.
You said what?
Are you eating?
There's a zombie behind you, Ben.
Why everybody say you eating?
Behind me? What the fuck? Get up here!
Where is the shed?
Bro, what is that nigga doing?
What you looking for?
They keep telling me to open a shed.
Novi Dragon Age, futuristični.
Why?
To je ovo, Destiny 2.
Samo zaobići.
Jel moguće ovo da ima ovaj Dragon Age?
Samo zaobići.
Da te pogledaj, ne.
Nema, molim te. Gledao sam sve pre nego što ti izdaš. Ne želim da gledam dalje.
Imate svaki Dragon Age, Case dvojke, te sve ono, znaš, kao old school.
Da.
Kao da gledaš Lord of the Rings ili Game of Thrones.
How dare you
Ajo,
speak her name?
Cyberpunk.
You are not at fault. Almost ceased. To lose her is to lose our heart. Disgraceful. Eru has made a terrible mistake. A mistake almost understands, but a mistake nonetheless.
He deserves
He deserves to make amends. Almost sees you. He sees all the good you have done. The threat he poses is no longer an immediate one. Ormus and Nahantu have need of you. Eros, not only did we lose Maka, Nahantu needs to remember hope, friend. They need a hero.
Gdzie?
Want someone or something found, you find me.
Neki napora da ideš u 8 svaki dan.
Da, idemo.
U 8. U 8 sati na posao.
Nije, brati. Vjeruj mi da mi je najbolji posao bre do sada što se tiče vremena. Jel ne ustajem rano toliko, ustajem u 7 sati.
Da.
To, pa pre sam radio u firmama, vrate, ustanem u 5, 4. Ovo mi je top. U 7 sati, a firma mi od kuće 2 minuta. Da, ne može bolje, majke. Ni ne razmišljam da ću da se uspavam. Nikad se nisam ni spavao bre za ovo.
Kapiram.
Slavko Jovanovic. Welcome to my channel. Dobro jutro.
Kad sam radio u ovom butiku u Knezu, pa sam putovao sat i po vremena. Eto, uspavam se po milion puta.
No, you have to get up. No, please, I can't take it. Is he gone? His toxin. We could use if Tony could control this.
Juče s posla došao kući. Stricu trebao neku peć da nosi sa novog BG umirio. I prođe i čita dan, ništa nisam igrao, šta sam odigrao, jedan meč.
To imaš obavez.
Hello.
Baš ja brate pokušavam i da igram, uvijek se nešto sad. Ali igra mi se kod, jebote.
Da?
Kupio ga, ne igram ga.
To tako ide.
Bukvalno.
Nema se vremena.
Sad nema se vremena, stvarno.
To se ja zjebam pa citiram.
Citiraš ovog ludaka, nema se vremena.
Nema se vremena.
Ima vremena da te...
Nema se vremena, ne znam zašto mu treba vremena.
Skoro 7 iz dupe tu,
Da odem u 9 sati da pajkim, da se probudim ujutro rano. Bože, sačuvaj. Neki ljudi nemaju vremena gore.
Evo me.
Evo ga.
Gdje ću plako?
To ne spavaš. To ne spavaš, čoč.
Skuo sam kafu, brate, i upadam ovdje da pomogu. Mnogo sam loše, nije mogu da se izbori uopšte. I ja sam se sve oznajem probudio, čoveče, vriskajući, razumeš?
Znam, sanjao si Diablo da te invade.
Jaki puše.
Diablo ga napada u snu.
Jaki LGBT.
Ulazim samo da popijem kafu. Peđa, idi radi nešto, budi produktivan.
Pa idem bre na posao.
Od 8, a?
Pa da.
Idete, start.
A?
Start, ja kad idem, brate, ja radim od 7, a kad radiš od 7, onda ideš od pola 7, razumeš? A kad ideš od pola 7, onda ustaješ u pola 6. Tako da, super.
Ja se radim od 8, a krenem od kuće u 55.
Malo pre. Taj tebi blizu, brate, posla, a?
Da, brate, minut. I znaš, svako jutro da ja kupujem hleb, pa spazam
Hateless Heart TV.
od prodavnice 100 metara dole.
Morak, super, dobro.
Veruj mi, u životu nikad nisi imao ovako blizu i nije mi, brate, teško ni da se istim. A?
Ide pirsa.
A sad radiš?
Office Trend,
to je
firma, stvarije, materijal, ubruci, ne znam, tastature, miševi, slušalice, i registrator.
Rekao da nije nešto novo, premda mi napominješ blizu. Znaš, zbog toga te pitam da nisi rokirao jevi ga ono.
No jok, Sofije, brate, čas sam jedan dan, ovamo čas tamo, baš mi nije statično, uvijek nešto negdje odem. Evo, na primjer, trebao sam jučer da budem u magazinu tamo da skupim robu, ali ništa, nego pošto nemaju ovog Evo da sam ja išao, prekjuče išao do Kragujevca, Kruševca i Jagodine.
Ima kod tebe posla u firmi?
Pa ima, ali sad jebem li ga slabije malo.
A? Slabije? Ma gledam zbog Dušinog sina, dečko ima posla sve, nego čisto eto, pitam da li ima posla, razumiješ, ne daj Bože.
Pa, jebem li ga, znaš kako, oni ne traže novog radnika, ali kad im fali vozač, zato što je ovaj na bolovanje, onda znaš kao. Treba neka, i slušaj, traže samo nekog ko će da radi na dnevnicu samo.
Aha.
Tako da nije
On je primljen u pozorištu, juče se zaposlio prekjuče, razumiješ? Javili mu rasveta, ide s njima, znaš, one zajebancije. Student je dečko završava 4. godinu teološkog fakulteta, razumiješ?
Dobro.
I gleda, znaš, kao student, jebi ga, hvata bilo šta, razumiješ, da radi, da ima neku kipicu, da je keva, razumiješ? Klasika, mislim, ko svi mi nekada.
I?
Pa rekao ništa, čisto da te pitam, informativno, hvala Bogu, ima našo je sad, ali čisto pitam, znaš, gde bi mogo šta, kako...
Ma, vrete, veruj mi da ja kad sam tražio ovaj posao, za dan sam ga našao. Ima infostud, imaš poslova koliko hoćeš, bilo šta da radiš, bilo čime da se baviš. Ljudi treba svugde jebati.
A. Da, dobro.
Kako mu je tamo u tom pozorištu, u grupi to je?
Dobro moj, kažem ti, juče reče mi Dušica, juče počeo da radi, jel' tako? Juče prekriče da primio.
Počeo da radi kad mi juče bila Slava.
Da, bila Slava, bili smo.
Sredi Luka juče bio.
Da, ali primljen si, nema pojma, će da vidimo kako će on bude, ne znam.
60.000 je plata.
Pa super, to je super. Pa dobro, ne radi ništa fizički on, bet.
Ja radim za sebe 80.
Ne,
dobar.
svaki dan. U pozorištu ne rade svaki dan.
Pa eto, to je super.
Premijera neka, znaš, i kada ima neka postava nova.
Da, to je super, to nije loše uopšte. I to je
Preko tog infostuda našao je posao neki lik tu iz Beograda, radi ta velika muzička dešavanja, ozvučenje. I onda mislim da ide sa njim i sa ne znam kim još, subota i nedelja dobije 100 evra.
To je super.
Znači ide u toku noći da to se spakuje i pre toga, pre nego što počne taj događaj, bilo koji, postave to zvučenje. To je to.
Set, stavlja set. Da, to je...
Sad je dugo kao barmen.
Da, to je super, To je super, to sam ja nešto malo radio, na primjer na taj fazon, pričao sam ti Slavko bio u Maxiju, to jest ne u Maxiju, nego za firmu, agenciju, kad smo snimali reklamu Breza Maxi i onda sam ja bio statista, to je ista ekipa koja je snimala Srećni ljude, sve ove serije, ove stare, i onda sam tu bio radio malo, ali na primjer ovamo što se tiče te industrije kao filmske, to nema uvijek posla, nego na svaki pola godine, 3-4 mjeseca, nije to za stalno. To je biga.
Razumem.
Tako da mu je to top, to je na primjer...
Ne treba, znaš, to stalni posao, on planira kad završi svoj fakultet, posle neki gledam, kad se oženi da bude, zašto studira, zašto nije.
Pa to je super.
I Dušice, kako ćeš da zoveš ta cina?
Kako ga zovem?
Oče.
Sin mlađi ili stariji, koji, tvoj ili nisam
Koji su ti umjetnici svi, znaš.
Super, a kaži mi godište koje?
Luka?
Da.
On je 2000.
Mlađi. 24 godine, tako?
Da.
23-24, da.
A moj Lazar je 2004, a Mihajlo 2009, bre. Oni su još mlađi.
Znam.
Laki radi, brate, on je u Evo sad, u Slovačkoj radi, brate, već koliko ima, evo, sad će godinu dana, još malo pa. Ne, februar tiše pre njegovog rođenja. Radi tamo, brate, i to je to.
Super je.
Na TNT-u, znaš da sam ti pričao da je završio to.
TNT?
Da, radi tamo nekoj
To sam ja u srednjoj.
Bagere, ono, kamione, avionske bagere, kamionske pičke.
Tu je super planta jebate.
Samo, znaš, klasično, onda imaš preko 5%, ne znam koliko sati, 10%, ali 12 sati se radi svaki dan, bre. Seks.
Dobro, ali zato je kinta dobra.
Nije nekada ti kažem 1500-600 evra.
Dobro, stvari u pravosti nije nešto, mlad je.
Kad se ide, znaš, nego ovdje kod nas su mnogo male plate u Silajncu.
A radio je za 40.000 za minimum.
Znaš da sam prolazio, Slavko, prekjuče. Pored vas bio.
Evo te javi se pičko jedna bre malo.
Poslovno sam bio, znate, Kragujevac. Isto tamo do Kragujevac, kako se zove ono mesto na C? Neko...
Ne znam je. Ma kako kod Kragujevca se zove?
Čekaj.
Pa da kažem. Ja ne znam šta je.
Šljivovac.
Jesi ti to sanjaš?
Kako?
Šljivovac.
Ja to nisam čula nikad.
Jesi ti te neku šljivu
pa neka mala mesta, ima i bare. To je blizu Dobrača. Nebitno. Bio tamo poslovno za trezor tamo i ono sud sam im nosio robu i onda sam poslije se spustio do Jagodine, pa sam poslije do Kruševca.
A tamo je lepo odrađeno, brate, autoput je sve ti povezan lepo.
Znaš ti koliko sam išao prazno, sve rekao ovo je top, milina, nema gužve. I ja 170, brate, 180.
Ma čas bre, odrađen je.
Tamo imaju kamere, vidio sam da mi ne pišu kaznu za 30, pa sam rekao, a valjda neće.
Pa neće, valjda da jebem, gde znam. Ovdje, brate, kad se stvarno put donese, javi se, dođi jebote.
Hoću, kad ovako budem išao. Kad ovako budem išao, svakako hoću.
Vratiš, popijemo piće, jebemo mater, nije to...
Kad si sloboda, kad si kući.
Ima slovo, pa dobro, ako ne radim.
Javit ćemo se mi svakako, čućemo se. Svakako se mi čujemo pre nego što budemo...
Brate, kažem ti, ja i Dušica, ona ima njeno, ja imam moje. Radimo, kući smo ono klasično, penzionerski, brate, izađi, ispisar. Šta mi poboli kurac, meni bi bre ludila pun kurac više. Doduše, ja kad nemam šta da radim, volim, dođem na Discord i skidam se, ubadem antilopop i slikam.
Ja to nisam bio sad tu, bre.
Jebi ga, bre.
Znam da je profesor.
Ja ne volim da gledam mušku profil.
Kad mi intervira, ja to njemu radim, odmah kaže Milija.
Jeste, ja kažem odo.
Znaš šta sledi i odmah kaže dobro, alkohol radimo dalje, kako ti kažeš. A jebi.
Da, obično zna da stavlja peškir oko vrata.
Kao Rocky. To nije fetiš, da.
Kao Johnny Sins.
Ko zna? Baš to je moguće.
Ja to nisam znala da si ti takav.
A nisi.
3,5 godine sam sa tobom i
nešto se krije,
nisam vidjela
nešto se prikrijem.
Ti se tačno kriješ kad ja zaspim.
Ja to volim ovim drugarima da radim.
Pa dobro.
Pa da, ti mala noća muzike, šta je ono beše?
Taj fazon, znaš, dve strane ličnosti, cepanje, znaš.
Da.
Kako ima u životu neki...
Da. Kada pojede bananu, događa se nevjerovatna promjena. Postaje banana ben, tako ja ga kad bacim peškir oko vrata, ja se odmah skidam boju i slikam paku, odmah.
I šta je sretan?
Nisam znao, ja sam čuo.
A, brate, odmah komšike na kafu dođite, znaš ono, klasika, brate, šta ti pričam?
Klasika, sorry, kako se zove...
Nisi znao.
Profesor beše, kako se zove, ja se čuo.
Sretan.
sretan
Šta
šta.
sam sliku, majku,
A?
da sam u sliku Đoku, šta?
Pa da.
Moguće, ko zna.
Ko zna.
Neki pošalje tu sliku, baš bi volao.
Možda je dobro ispao ne.
Tu da leti da jevo. Ja sam imao, brate, šizofreniju i sve, ali ja te stvari znam sebe, nikad ne bi radio u životu.
Our final condemned trophy rests with Victor.
Verbalno sam pucao to, da.
Find their end here.
Brate,
We'll
baš.
see his handiwork when we
Da
pass
pravi
his
toliko
halls.
majmunčinu od sebe.
Ne ide.
Pa, isti, brate. Neki dan da bude sunce na polju ekstra.
A, danas?
Dobro, evo kod nas sunce lepota mil, ne znam kako je tamo po BG-u ili kod Ilije tamo.
Petak, 19.
Evo ga sunce.
Idem ja da se spremim za posao polako.
Za posao?
Za posao. Pa se čujemo posle posla.
Važi, Peđa, piti, brate.
Uživajte mi je u jutarnjoj kafi i pozdravim mi Sneka pošto mutiram.
Ja? A, to je greška bila.
Greška, ti si moja greška, ti si vrteška.
Tastaturu sam pomerio samo, zato se to desilo. Izvinjavam se.
Tako su bile zamagljene.
Da.
A nemoj Peđa da mu zamerim ili ga demoni od jutros, brate. Ode nam Peđa. Sad ću Ilije da dopadnem, samo da ispratim moju dragu gospođu sad na poslu, pa palim dek, brate. Ajde, sad ću ulazi do šmalkice.
Only Karov remains. To have made it this far, well, you truly are his equal.
I brought you... Be silent, Scribbler. We have a guest. We've seen such horrors, you and I. Eh, Wanderer? There was no greater horror than when heaven stood silent as Inarius was butchered. You must know the tale well. How could they abandon him, I cried. How dare they abandon us? We followed a mad angel into hell, prepared to end the eternal conflict. But angels know only contempt for humanity, and so we were permitted only to fail. Now I am a man beyond the lies of faith, beyond the promises of vain angels. When you triumph here, burn it all down. See, nothing is left. Swear it!
I swear.
What will it be? Let's go salvage. Come back if you need work.
In the room. Of course, each chamber is big enough to fit at least 2 people, but the Fatal 5 insist on the 1 to a chamber rule. The next trap is designed for the 5 to stand in a bathtub together to close the 5 circuits to unlock the exit door, but of course these dum-dums kill one of themselves via electrocution. Then the final trial demands each player put their hand into a saw blade to donate a total of 10 pints of blood to free themselves. If all 5 people were alive, then this wouldn't demand much of each of them. But between 2 people, this becomes a little more deadly of a task that the final 2 barely survive, only because they finally realize that this is a teamwork test. Now, as it pertains to John's philosophy, this absolutely doesn't work. John, you mean to tell me that you put 5 comically selfish people together in one trap and expected them to work together? Yeah, okay, buddy. Yeah, no, that'll totally work. When individual choice is the most important thing for a test to work, it's hard to justify this setup. Sure, it's up to the individual person to choose not to be selfish anymore, but for example, that fire marshal lady didn't get to choose because everyone else chose to be selfish. The person's choice doesn't really matter if other people make the choices for them. This makes the entire teamwork gauntlet unfair for the individual unless the group all decide to change their ways. Don't get me wrong, I like the concept, but it completely contradicts John's philosophy. And that's all for Saw 5. Not a lot of actual jigsaw traps to evaluate this time around, but for what little we did end up getting, John batted a nice 0% average. It's sad that Hoffman, who's meant to be desecrating John's legacy at this point in the story, is able to pull off the only trap that actually follows the jig laws. But hey, maybe in the next movie, John will actually give Hoffman a run for his money. Following the lead of Saw 5, Saw 6 gives me very little to work with trap-wise. The main cop plotline is absent of any traps, tests, or anything like that, instead focusing on some silly convoluted cat-and-mouse game between Hoffman and the FBI where they all act retardedly and Hoffman just somehow comes out on top before John's ex-wife shows up to execute him. And then he still comes out on top. This man has some grade A plot armor. But that's not what we're here for here for the traps. There's only one trap outside the main trap plot of this movie, and it's our first official competition trap. I think the mausoleum trap was kind of a competition trap, but since there were no official rules, it doesn't really count. This trap pits 2 predatory moneylenders against each other. They have 60 seconds to offer up a pound of flesh in penance for the many lives they've ruined with their exorbitant debt. Whoever offers up the most amount of flesh gets to walk away, while the headset on the loser drives screws into their head to kill them. Now, at face value, this seems like this test goes against John's philosophy. However, I must stress that this is a competition trap. John Jigsaw has designed this to pit 2 people against each other to prove which has the strongest will to survive. The choice is completely up to them how much they are willing to lose to survive. Even when it seems that one of the players has an advantage over the other because he has more flesh to lose, he still loses because his competitor is willing to give up more than him. Now, unfortunately, someone is guaranteed to die in this trap, but the way this trap is set up, the only reason someone does die is because they made the incorrect choice to survive when compared to their fellow game player. In my mind, if John Jigsaw is going to do a trap with multiple victims, this is a valid way to do it in order to abide by his own philosophy. How you don't do it is the main trap plotline of Saw 6, and I feel very conflicted about it. The trap follows William Easton, the manager of a health insurance company. The company that denied John Jigsaw back in the day when he wanted to undergo some experimental cancer treatment from a Norwegian scientist. I mention it because it will surprisingly become important in a later movie. For now, William has developed an algorithm that determines who should be represented by his company based on a list of different factors, but now John will force William to make the same choice of who lives and dies while being forced to see the immediate consequences, with some added motivation of explosive bracelets on his wrists. This effectively becomes a gauntlet of trolley problems. You can see where this is gonna go wrong. The weird thing is that the first trap of William's gauntlet has nothing to do with the trolley problem scenario. Both William and the janitor who works at his office are put in a couple of vices that are rigged to clamp more and more with each breath they take. At face value, this would be yet another competition trap. The issue is that the janitor is a lifelong smoker with a history of heart disease. He is at a severe disadvantage here with weak lungs and a weak heart. He's basically just here to be executed for smoking. Way to go, John. Doing the Lord's work. If these were both healthy men of around the same age, then I'd give it a pass. But the janitor was pretty much screwed from the beginning. The next trap gives us our first trolley problem, where William has to hold two handles that are slowly retracting. The handles are attached to chains that are holding up his secretary and file clerk. It's up to William to let go of one of the handles to let one of the two hang and thus save the other. It's a really interesting setup that puts William in a very engaging predicament, but it blatantly contradicts John's philosophy. Not only does it take away the choice to survive from the secretary and file clerk and give it to William, but as far as I can tell, these two don't even really deserve to be here. They've done nothing to prove they don't care about their own lives, and their work at the health insurance company isn't the scummy work that John was pissed about. At least John could justify killing the janitor since he was a chain smoker. The secretary was a family woman, and the file clerk was a hard worker. That's it. I don't see the need for their inclusion. This gets a failing grade, and I know I'm including this...
Ilija. Sad ću leći. Još malo. Jo, Bože, ne mogu da se presadim.
Ja ti poručio kafu, ja sam malo te popio.
Aha, pa to ću sad i da uradim, pa ću posle morati još jednu. Ne vredi, brate. Znači, onaj drop je bio za druida. Ja mislio, čovječe, biti boga, nisam ni do duše ni gledao za koju je klasu ovaj zadnji drop za...
Je za druida.
Diablo. Jel barem liče na nešto?
A, ne. Moram da igram s druidom da bih ti rekao.
Pa to rekao, da nisi možda probao, ja to odmah kao idiot.
Nema potrebe, kad budem igrao s druidom.
Jebote, sinoć, čovječe, sam bio umoran kao da sam kopao. Da li takav dan, da li šta li je?
Jel sam morao ili sam kopao?
Aha, pa sinoć si vidio ono, i Kecman, i ja, i ti, svi smo nekako, znaš, ja sam čak i od 10 bio umoran. Znaš, nije tipično, ono, obično cepamo do 11, 12, ono, ja sam već u 10...
Ma kaki, u 9-10 sam počeo da stonem u stolicu.
Da, taj fazon.
Drogiran s nečim, iz vazduha.
Jebem. Ja sad Ilija, kad uđe moram da vidim onaj sanduk od sinoć, samo sam stavljao sa zvezdicom iteme. Ancestral, onaj unique, razumeš?
Da.
Welcome to my channel.
Nešto sam samo pogledao, ali uglavnom nisam jer sam ono, pakuješ, svi smo full, ajmo nazad u grad, lomi što ne treba i sad ja da upoređujem, Vrativići, da odigrate ceo rift, kako bih se izrazio, dole. Dungeon, šta već. I onda naš, pap, steš, kovač, nazad, taj fazon. Nisam mogu drugačije jebe. Što kaže Ketman, deci bre. Pa rekao, brate, gledam ovaj jedan prst, ma kaže, ajde, dolazim pre vamo, znaš. I onda kao, čekaj. I onda samo sam bacao, znaš.
Na redom si stavljao sam.
Pa da, stavio sam, pa da vidim šta sam to dobio, jel te, a?
Okej. Sad imaš...
Mogu ti itemi, Ilija, Ancestral, Unique, odnosno ti srebrni, jel te...
Da se koriste za neki build, šta?
Da se, ma jebi, boli me kurac za build, jel?
Ne mogu da se temperuju.
Da se manipuliše, tipa da ih se menjaju...
Ništa.
To mi
pa ništa, u tome što je. Možeš samo da ga upgradeš sa onim materijalom. Kad igraš onaj Nightmare Dungeon, dobijaš materijal, možda mu unaprediš statistike i to je to. Ne možda ih menjaš, samo mogu da budu jači. Ima razlike.
Pa to je to, kurec.
Zato sam ti rekao da ti nađemo Ancestral Legendary, a ne Unique.
Sad ćemo polako, brate, da smotao pa ćemo polako šta god. Ja i aspekte, ma meni sve živo treba, šta god da ti se igra, meni je dobro. Mislim, meni. I kasnije da vidim ono, kad pravim pauzu, u pauzi da sredim Paragon tablo, mi smo samo stavili, evo ja imam i plus neiskorišćenih možda za cijelu sljedeću tablu poena, razumeš? Znači nije mi, ne funkcioniše mi, samo mi stoje poeni, kapiraš?
Znam.
Mada to i sad dobro, sad je već bitno, sad pa sam Paragon level, na pola, 150, pojme. Konče što mi palo, onaj Doombringer, kako dobro izgleda onaj vatreni, znaš?
Znam.
Dobar. Ja sam to mislio da je iz neke druge sezone. Čini mi se da je... A?
Ne. Nije sezona.
Znači, kroz game ga osvojiš.
Random je drop. Imaš isto tako, što kaže Ketron, svaka zona ima svoju kozmetiku. Možda pokupiš nekad na primjer oklop za konja, specifičan za neku regiju. Ako si uskozgal na to ti onaj deo gde su druidi. Tamo imaš, ne znam, konj ti dobije kao oklop jelenske rogove i nekakvu vunu na leđima. Za onu pustinsku stepu.
Ja sam dobio. Ali nisam siguran, reći ću ti. Znam da imam s rogovima neki oklop, brate.
A to ti je onaj Nightmare, na to misliš?
Ne znam, kad budem, ne znam kako se tačno zove, ali ne. Moram da vidim. Znam na šta ti misliš, a ja nisam siguran da li je to.
Pa bio je kao neki daily reward ili drop za Boris.
Onda ja mislim da jeste odatle da sam ga dobio. Mislim, iz prošle da je sezone neki drop.
Ma svi su to klemnuli, koji su tada kliknuli u igru dući.
Dobro, za sad su dali konjče, dali su za konjče jedan drugi onaj. I sad će verovatno armor na kraju, dali su jel te šta je već sranje. Zastava, nemam pojma, nije ni zastava.
Dobiješ konjski oklop, ja mislim, zadnji.
Pa to sam mi pretpostavio. Sad kad krenim da šurim, ne mogu, toliko mi svetlo zbije u TV, čoveče, od sunca, prelama se. Znate, koliko ti imaš buffova u pozadini?
Da ti pokažem, kad aktiviram, vidiš ovo, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a dobro, ova dva su ti Butcher, Curse i Mother Blessing, a dođe mi do ovde, ovo se spusti do dole s buffovima.
Why are you here? You can't trust demons.
Ma idi, čoveče.
Ma to je red.
Brate, finesice, lepota. Na šta mi se dešava? Ali to kako progresuješ u priči, kampanji ili kako god, dešava mi se da u stešu neki put kad odem, da čekaju me par itema novih.
Zato što nisi pokupio sve. Ako igramo zajedno i ja prođem pored nečega, ti si relativno blizu, dropuje i tebi item, ali ne stigneš da ga možda pokupiš, smo samo protočali. I onda ti ga igra sama smesti, pošalje ti ga u stash.
Lepo ili je lepo, lepo. Znači smesti mi sama i igramo.
Odmah sam se ispravio. Da se razumemo.
Brate, ja sinoć kako sam se izgubio, znači jebeni teleportujem se na tebe, on me teleportuje u nekoj zoni u 3 pičke lepe materine, na Torment 3 ja, brale, bacio onaj, vrtim se s onim noževima, skidam im kao da ih grebem, razumiš, ništa ono, rekao daj samo ja da izvučem živu glavu, trebam samo da zaginem ovde ljudi da se krste jebe.
Pa Kecman je dovoljno zbuffovan da može da igra Torment 3, mogu i ja.
Ma vidio sam koliko damage radi, brate.
Dobro, on radi ono kao jednom udari, znaš, i onda kao ima neki cooldown, neki 10-20 udaraca dok opet ne nastakuje, da kao pripremi za sledeći. A ja ne volim to da radim, ja sam sirovina, ja volim da samo bacam sekirče pa koga zakuči šta.
Kaže, ja sam sirovina, ja samo ništa ne znam, idem i bijem.
Da. I retko ginem.
Samo ide i bijem.
I retko ginem, zato ima više, on ima, čini mi se, 10-11 hiljada health, ja imam blizu 20-21. Kada sluče onaj ledeni demon povukao i sabio na kućošak i njega ubio. Pa nisi gledao. Onaj ledeni demon što skoči uvis i kao privuče. Ako nemaš dovoljno health i grunete tamo u onu oluju, ubijete samo.
Pa meni tako roknu 2 puta minimum.
Pa zavisi od health i koliko imaš rezistansa. Ako imaš dovoljno health i rezistansa, ne mora da te one-shotuje.
Hello.
Pa nisam Ilija namestio, čoveče, ni kažem ti ni one Paragon table, ništa živo, znači samo ga rokamo. Faktički ja nemam, čoveče, jebeno kamenče u bilo kakvoj opremi, nemam, razumeš, klocam, eto. Idem, palo mi to, stavio sam to, idem dalje.
Ja više rogue armor, kako izgleda.
Ujevot.
A dobro, je kupljeno, za pare.
Nema veze.
Shop.
Kozmetika im je jebeno dobro, vidi ovo jebote ko oni samuraji, brate.
Da, oni. Demon.
Da, oni samuraji, oni. Do jaja. Baš izgleda dobro je.
Kao iz DBD-a.
Baš dobro.
Ma
nema ljudi koji radi dizajn jebote.
Da vidiš šta koristi čovjek. A, koristi... Ovo je Barbarian. Ovo Barbarian, jeste.
Hello, greetings. Stay a little while and listen.
Just.
Vidiš, oni sve ljudi nose pravljeno, bre. Ja sve stavljam ove sa osobinama koje ne mogu da menjam. Vidi ovo je.
Pa...
Vidiš, ja imam Ilija sve one. I ovo koji sam ja jebeni kreten, to mene bunilo uvek. Već njima, znači, ne mogu da menjam.
Pa ne može ni on da menja. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ovi 6 ne mogu da se...
Čekaj, zašto piše master work na onoj gore sivoj koji ne može da menja?
Već sam ti objasnio. Zato što i to može se master workuje. To ti samo unapredi 5, 10, 15, 25%. Pa onda 5, 10, 15, 25%.
Da. Okay.
Naprimjer, ovaj mač kad ga naprediš daje 300 na sve osobine, 370. Kecmanov ima 450. Čini mi se da je na sve. Ovaj Grandfather. A zato je on dobio, nije dobio na 44 na maksimum resurs, već je dobio 450 na sve osobine. To je mnogo jače. Po meni je mnogo jače.
Pa će da roluje, brate, pa će da dobije.
Aha.
Možda.
Može.
Čekaj, ja umeđu vremenu dok pušim cigaru, bare mogu da pogledam šta sam dobio u igri, da uđem da pogledam da ne gubimo vreme. Kako ti se, kaže mi, čini ovaj novi Warbound? Koliko si uspeo da ga otvoriš do sad medalje?
Prvu stranu, skoro čitao.
Pa dobro, super. To ti 250 medalja minimum. Vredi li to oružje koje je u kursu iz novog Warbounda?
Onako.
Sad si ja, Ilija, razmišljam, ako ti kažeš da ova sezona traje 3 meseca, a sviđam, 2 si mi rekao, 60 dana, nemam pojma, nije ni bitno, da vidim. Onda meni se više isplati ako planiram da uzem Battle Pass, da kupim se ekspanziju i dobijem Battle Pass.
Dobiješ token za Battle Pass, da.
Da, token, pa dobro.
Da, i sve pojene koje dobiješ na Battle Passu, one silvere, možda kupiš sljedeći Battle Pass.
Pa ne može da dobiješ, da izvučeš cijelo koliko sam...
Ne, koliko imaš trenutno.
Pa morao bi da uđem da pogledam.
Jel imaš 500-600? Ako imaš 500-600, ako uzmeš ekspanziju sa, ne znam koja je to verzija ekspanzije, dobiješ token za bilo koji Battle Pass. Znači, to dobiješ jedan free Battle Pass i kad ga završiš, dobiješ 500-600 poena, ali ako si već imao 500-600, to ti je sljedeći Battle Pass također free. Sve zavisi koliko imaš premiuma trenutno. Mrš! Pobeži. Mi ga tučemo, on skakuće okolo.
On skače. Slavku kaže nesrećni. To sam trebao, tako ću i da dam sljedećem liku ime. Nesrećni. Verovatno od 5 ili od 7 popodne će da bude drop. Ja odmah uvek u storu, brate, pogledam. To je deluxe, brate, vidi što oni daju. Oni daju ekspanzija access odmah, naravno. Ova sranja od kozmetika. I čini mi se, evo sad ćemo...
Till our roads cross again.
Da, Premium Seasonal Battle Pass Bundle. Include Premium Seasonal Battle Pass Unlocked. Ali ja da uzem standardnu, 5, 4, 6, 5, 6, 5, 7, pa dobro.
Koliko imaš trenutno poena? To pokušavati.
Samo da uđem u igru.
Kad uđeš u store i u store ti piše koliko imaš u shopu. Piše ti gore desno, meni piše 1600 silvera, ja imam za sljedeći Battle Pass i da uzme neku ćorovu kozmetiku, ali ne pada mi na pamet.
Ma čuvaj za Battle Pass, kakva kozmetika, bre.
I to ako pređem sljedeći Battle Pass, dobijem 400-500 poena i imam opet onaj tamo free, imam 2 Battle Pass free. Tako sljedeći završi.
Da, 2 platiš, 1 dobiješ gratis u prevodu,
Da.
prosto, 2+1. Tako mu dođe.
Jeste. Ako ćeš da ulaziš, uđi. Da ne trošim bez veze token.
Samo malo da vidim što ti kažeš. Sad kaže... Dobro, stizano. Dobro, ništa, to. Jao, što? Inventor je na I.
It's... Fair. Father! Oh. It seems your... Fair bitter. It seems your prayers have been answered.
Jo, Bože, meni je dalje na Torment 3.
Promeniš. Odeš na statu u gradu. Skoro svaki taj veći grad ima statu.
A ja sam u Kjovaš odostavio da mi je sad favorite, konačno, znaš, da se ne bi više...
Bijeli okolo.
Slavko dečka. Da, imaš slovo T na tastaturi, pritisneš što ti je teleport.
Evo da te zvunim.
A ovo je tvoj. Pa piše na svakom portalu.
Zamisli.
A za Emilijaka ne znam ništa ko ovo. Meni je to i zato i interesantno. Ništa nisam gledao, idemo igramo što hoćeš, ajde. Za sad.
Da li... Aj pogledaj, imaš i neko dvolično oružje u sanduku. Da je ancestral. Kad kažem dvolično oružje, možeš jedino imati luk i strelu ili samostrel. Nema treći.
Da, to je roga, okej, samo. Blade, imam jedan. Imam jedan luk.
Je li ancestral?
Imam još jeste. Sve sam ja to stavio.
Pa stavi ga na sebe, joj.
Pa stavio sam ja njega na sebe najbolji, kao koji sam vidio.
Sky Hunter.
Da.
Prvi udarac na neprijatelja je critical strike. Uvijek.
Taj Hunter sam bio stavio, nego imam još njih kamara unutra koji su loših osobina, boljih, ili koje nisam čak ni video, razumiješ? Zato ti kažem, ali da ne bi tebi sad gubio vreme, cool, brate, će da igramo šta god želiš.
Jesi ti imao nož neki ili prsten koji radi na grenade skill?
Ja sam ako ga nisam polomio, ali imam ih...
Ancestral si ima neki koji ti daje na grenade skill.
Evo ga neki. Ancestral, samo moram da stavim naočare. Casting core skill, to nije ništa. Znači da ti kažem. Da vidim od prstenja šta imamo u kovčegu. Mother's Embrace, isto core skill, pišće mamine. Dole. Casting sub. Can push skill level behind decoy trap that continuously taunts and lure enemies after 2 seconds. To nije.
Ne.
Amulet. Ne. Prsten je rapid fire neki ima. Now loves exploding arrows that dealt. No to nije za moj build uopšte, ja ne koristim rapid fire.
Ne.
Motherfucker.
Ima si neki ancestral koji radi na grenade skill. Jer sam vidio da ti Dance of Nice ima grenade tag.
Imam za decoy, evo, upravo gledam. Znam da nije to što gledam. Ovo je sve core skillovi, kurac palac. Evo, gledam. Prstenje uz ovaj. Imam, ali ovo mi je, ne. Rapid fire. Ne, nije to ili ja. Da vidim ovdje u drugom tebu, samo malo, isto core. Ovo je Ancestral Legendary, to čak nije ni ovaj. Jo. Sad sam našao skoro isti luk koji sam nosio, ali s 2 ruke je.
Možeš sam da dodaš koliko hoćeš upa. Ne znaš što? Naš ipak.
To je pre moglo.
Može i sad. Može i sad.
Nemam
Može.
pojma.
Evo ova žena ovdje. Evo ti ovdje dođi. Jeweler.
Evo, dobro.
Klikneš na nju. Odeš na 4. tab. Add socket. Gurneš predmet koji hoćeš. I platiš. Da ti ubaci ruku. Da. Imaš i materijal koji se troši za to.
Vidiš.
Ja bi ti savjetao da... Da.
Jedne rukavice neće.
Ama rukavice su jedini komad koji ne može da ima rupu, čovječe.
Dobro.
Dobro si našao rukavice. Luk izbuši. I onaj drugi...
Luk je izbušen, sad sam guzao, 2 komada je.
I isto, drugi, onaj mač ili nož, šta ti je ono u levu ruku, onaj legendary, onaj ancestral. Dodaj tamo jedno.
Tu da vidim da li hoće.
Ma hoće, jedino rukavice ne mogu da se izbuše. Rukavice i čizme, izvinjavam se. Izvinjavam se. Ne znam da bi stavio dragi kamen u to. Ogrlica isto.
Dragi kamen.
Ogrlicu isto možeš da izburgijaš. I na armor ti ide, na chest ti ide 2 soketa i na gaće ti ide 2 soketa. Možda dodaš još po jedan. I kad si sve to sad izbušio, savjetujem ti da napraviš emeralde. Odeš u drugi tab na craft game i napraviš emeralde.
Dobro.
Zapravo daću ja, ajde. Koliko ti treba? 2, 4,
ne znam ili
6, sve ti 6 komada drži. Ja. Ajde, drži. To ti košta 60 miliona. Izvoli. Nebitno je, košta pun kurac para, ne treba trošiš pare, meni ne trebaju trani. To sve stavi na armor.
Dobro.
Stavi na kacigu, na prsa,
Znači isto idem, to isto idem,
ne, drugi tab, kad otvoriš inventar, otvori inventar, zatvori sve kod prodavca.
Dobro.
Otvoriš inventar, odeš na socketable.
Dobro.
Vidiš da imaju tabovi ovi sa girom. Odeš na socketable, klikneš na kamenčić zeleni, prevučeš ga u gaće, 2 komada, pa ideš 2 komada u prsa i kaciga ima 2 soketa, zaboravio sam da ti kažem. Dodaješ jedan...
Malo onda nije, brate, vidiš kakva je. Mislim, mogu?
Ma boli me kurac, znači, a kad možeš da izvučeš posle to kamenje zapravo želiš da sačuvaš, ne želiš da ga praviš opet.
Čekaj, znači stavim u gaće i stavim u luk i strelu, tako?
Ma... Ne, u gaće i u prsa.
Dobro.
Ako ćeš za oružje, daću ti za oružje.
Neću, treba. Ne znam još šta radim, lako.
Dodaje ti dexterity, a dexterity ti je primary atribut. Ti objasni tako. Imaš 2 soketa za šlem također. Ako ti fali jedan soket, dodaj ga kod te ženske.
Znači.
imaš da izvadiš kamenje kod nje. Platiš je pare, klikneš na ono, na alat i kao izvadiš iz opreme kamen.
To sam vidio, do unsocket.
Jeste. Jer je mnogo skupo kamenje da ga kraftuješ i lomiš non stop. I onda u suštini kad hoćeš da promeniš unsocketuješ ga i staviš u nešto drugo.
Stavljeno sve ili je kao si mi rekao, znači glava, prsa, čega?
Sad ako imaš para, ne znam da li imaš para.
Imam 109 miliona.
Idi na Craft Game, tab kod te ženske, i napravi safir, najjači koji možeš. Napravi 4 komada. Koji možda napraviš?
Ovdje piše u zagradi 1, znači pretpostavljam da mogu samo jedan Grand Safir,
da,
to je verovatno najjači.
Onda je 54% na ranjivost ili rovitost ili vulnerable, kako god. I možeš ove slabije da praviš malo manje, ali tako?
Da, mogu. Imam za Royal 9 komada, imam za Flawless 92.
Napravi jedan Grand i napravi 3 Royala.
Dobro.
I to bi trebalo da pomogne dosta sa tvojim DPS-om.
Dobro. Opet sad idem kod gospođe. Ne idem kod gospođe, idem u inventar, pošto imam ovo, idem na socketable.
Da.
I taj kurac stavljam, znači imam prstenje i oružje. Okay.
Jeste, ide ti...
Već ovaj Grand, to proštenje.
Ja se malo zabrao, ide po 2 na nož, ide 1 na nož, 1 na mač i ide po 2 na luk. To ti je 4 komade, da. Svejedno je gdje staviš, bitno je samo da uleti.
A gdje ću ovaj Grand, brate?
Ma gdje god hoćeš isto dodaje. Samo u oružje ga stavi. Nebitno koje. Neće dati ni više ni manje, daje tačno koliko piše.
Imam jedan Grand, 3 ono, ispod njega, safira. I sve sam stavio u oružje. Luk i mačeve.
Koliko imaš dexterity? 1.500 2, pretpostavljam.
Dexterity-a? Da ću ti kažem. Dexterity-a imam 1147.
A ako odeš vamo kod kovača, ovoga Žik, odeš na skroz desni tab kod njega, na Masterwork. I ubaciš, na primjer, taj Levi, šta ti to dođe, Ancestral Legendary Sword. Ubaciš u taj slot i klikneš da ga kao enchantuješ. I samo udare dok god ima materijala.
Vidiš, neće da mi ga ubaci.
A zato što nisi ga Masterworko, onda odeš u predzadnji tab. Klikneš kod kovača na predzadnji tab na tempering. Sad mi podeli mi ekran ako možeš. Ja ne mogu da zamišljam kako ti izgleda Masterworking meni. Pa da bi unapredio taj legendary moraš prvo da ga kao iskališ. Masterwork ti je kao kaljenje, šta li već. Oh my god. I sad izabereš kategoriju, na primjer, ne znam.
Evo, tamo mogu da Masterworkujem, to je taj si mi rekao, tako?
Da, prebaci ga tamo levo.
Ide.
Pa dobro, izaberi jednu kategoriju.
Jao, ima za ovaj build šta se stavlja. Ne znam, ne mogu da se...
Pa onda ili gledaj build i da slušaj mene kako hoćeš.
Hoću tebe da slušam, zanima me kako će da ispadne, uvijek može kažeš da se ispravi sve.
Jel ti to core skill, samo mi reci? To što koristiš taj dole, to za noževe. Skroz desno. Core. Boga mi nije. To ti je agility, cathode, imbuable, channel, grenade, stun. Vrti dole skroz. Imaš foru da imaš više charge-ova, znaš?
Dobro.
Ja mislim da ti je to cut, rod, finesse. Prevuci da vidim šta piše. Ne, klikneš u levi meni. Levi meni, levi. Dole. Vidiš, kaže ti cutthroat damage, cutthroat attack speed, cutthroat critical. A pogledaj ima li još nešto. Polako idi kroz kategorije. Dole. Ne. Polako idi na gore.
Ovo je zadnji. Ovdje je zadnji. Znači ja sad mogu samo na gore.
Da, polako samo idi. Gore. Ne, još polako. Tu. Možeš i to. Taj damage per dark shadow. Ili ti svaki put kad dobiješ onaj kao onu senku, dobiješ po 30% damage. Naprimjer, uzmi to. I ideš temper. Skip da ne bi gledao, svaki put ćeš to da gledaš.
Hoću sad da vidim barem.
Dobro, dosta jedno. Idi na offensive. Kategoriju.
Offensive?
Da.
Čekaj, stanim.
Ne, imaš dve kategorije, vidiš, weapons i offensive. Close. Ne. Weapons. To je bio offensive. Za oružje ti... Da, weapons. Jer to je odvojeno. Ne, polako dole idi. Ne. Ne. Šta je dole? Agile. To. Hoćeš da dobiješ šansu da ti radi double damage na Dance of Knives. Uradi temper. Imaš 30% šanse da dobiješ taj enchantment. Ne, još jednom uradi isto. Opet weapons. I skroz dole to. Imaš 7 puta još to da uradiš. Piše ti. Posle 7 puta više ne možeš da menjaš atribut. Ne, opet. Ovo ti je kocka. Ja sam juče vrtao 15 puta, nisam dobio uopšte što sam teo. A imaš 30% šanse da dobiješ to. Ne. 2 puta isto. Fluri ne koristiš, je li tako?
Ne.
Evo vidiš dole šta je. Znam ja, vidio sam ti skillove i znam da ne koristiš fluri. Ne, ni ovo. Opet. Eko, imaš 30% šanse da ga dobiješ. Ne. Opet.
Again.
Košta materijala, ali ono, to je to. To je to. 19%, ali to je to.
Again.
Sad idi na skroz desni taj. I ubaci sad tamo mač taj.
Ovaj smo radili, tako?
Taj. I samo idi upgrade. Vrti dok imaš para. Još.
All effects
25%. I 90% na ranjivost. Još.
Anything breaks, the forge is hot.
Level 2 kao.
Da.
Seri.
To je to. Znaš tamo za meni Moafix, to bi ti savjetao. Idi vamo kod mistika.
Dobro.
Ko kultiste, kako se zove. Evo ga dole. Demon. Kako se zove, Demian. Levo. I klikni na njega. I prebaci kod njega mač. Jel vidiš da imaš isti, vidiš da ti je ta osobina siva? Viš skroz dole osobina.
Dobro, vidim.
Znači da imaš dva puta, imaš je na prstenu i na maču. Za meni je za nešto drugo. Klikni na Codex of Power. I kucaj grenade tamo u search. Ako imaš, ne, grenade. Sa E, grenade. Sad idi redom polako da vidimo šta ima. Ne. Ne. You drop... ne. Dole. Ne, dole. Caltrop, smoke grenades, resistive stun grenades, ne. Da im prvo opet. I spend energy, release cluster, ne. Probaj, obriši to grenade i kucaj knife. Nema. A dance? Dance. Šta je taj dole?
Ovdje vidiš nešto kao...
To već imaš. Twisting blade, orbits for short time after return. Ne. Obriši to na X, klikneš, da obrišeš sve. Ajde polako mišljam, pa ću ti ja reći. Ček. Drugi aspekt kad si im pretrčao. Dobro, polako dole. To ti nije loše, probaj to. I samo ideš imprint. Za ostalo više... Da, idi kod kovača. Ne kod kovača, kako se zove, ove ženske što pravi kamenje. Ovaj jeweler. I dodaj još jedan slot na ogrlicu. Da. I napravi 3 dijamanta. Na crafting. Dijamant. To ti je za resist. Napravi 2 ta grand, jeste skupi su jako. Ali daju najviše defense. I napravi jedan slabiji, taj royal. I sad to ćušni u 2 prstene ogrlicu. To ti je oko 36% na sav resist, ako se dobro sećam. Svejedno. Daju svuda isto. 12% i 8, ja mislim da ide. Da, 30% imaš. I sad ideš na stats and materials. I pogledaj, vidiš i koliki ti je sav resist. Vidiš fire, lightning, cold, poison, vidiš?
Da, vidim.
To je maksimalno, više ne možeš ni da imaš. Ne, na normalan način ne možeš. Ok. To je to. To je sve za sad što mogu da radim za tebe. Paragon, tablu ćeš morat sam da gledaš.
Da, naravno. Bože, pa to je...
Ajde promenimo prvo nivo težine. Pošto ovdje je teško da ćeš išta bez ulaganja u Paragon, to verujem da ćeš imati poteškoće da ideš na Torment 2 promeniš. Ajmo u kako se zovu... Hoćemo li u Helltide?
Može, brate, naravno.
Znači, odemo u levo. tu dolura, to ti je ona skroz gore levo na zona. Tamo da je Helltide zona.
Sad ću samo da isključim i ovaj share, može?
Pa može, rekao sam ti bio, ali nisi me čuo. Možeš da se teleportuješ na mene odvoljeti.
Idem teleport na tebe.
Da. Mislim da sad radi malo bolje, jel da?
Da.
I mislim da ti se ponekad pojavi kiša strela, nasumično, moja pretpostavka. Vidiš kako udaraju strelice o pod. To ne radim ja, to radiš ti. To ti je onaj aspekt koji si stavio na mač. Nasumično da se polje.
Pitanje lelo.
Evo ti je Torment 2, ovo možeš bez nekih većih problema i sam da igraš sad, ako ja znam ništa. Ne treba rogu puno, znaš. Samo 2 krštena oružja i malo kamenja za taj dexterity. Zato sam te bio gura da nađemo zapravo neko normalno oružje, a verovatno ima neko specifični luk i strela za taj build, ali dok to ne nađeš i ovo ti, ja mislim, valja bolje nego ništa. Ja imam mali problem. Trebao bi da uzmemo drveta. Samo pokriva, ajde. Nisam vjerojatno ću to reći, ali evo, reći ću.
Dobro, okej.
Zato što sam prepun sa ovim pojenima.
Tam nam ide i drvo.
Kako drvo?
Ne znam, neko drvo ide sam.
Drvo. Ništa mi ne znam.
Kao companion, neko drvo, brat.
Drvo.
Da. Ovdje imam heavy weapon, ali tu nemam pare još. Neko drvo, brate, ide sam.
Ne znam šta pričaš.
Piše mod hran.
Ne znam šta pričaš. Ko bre?
Da bre.
Gdje je to drvo? Kako se to, to priviđi?
Evo ti vidi, čovječ. Vidiš samo što ide?
Ne.
Ne? Evo ti screen share će da kažeš da izmišljam, brate.
Ne, ali poenta je što ti vidiš, kad igraš sa nekromancerom, ti ne vidiš nekromancerove minione. To znaš.
Da, Vidiš drvo?
Moment. Branim. Kako drvo? A to ti je druid, ja mislim. Ne znam. Ako ti to ne radi neki efekat, neke opreme.
Pa ne znam, stvarno nemam blage veze, gledam sad, ne mogu da verujem kako drvo rekao sa mnom jebe.
Ne. Ne, 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 ne. Ne znam. Gledao sam ti gear, ne, nije mi jasno. Osim ako nije neki quest u ovoj zoni. Jel imaš za ovo? Heavy weapons.
Imam 140 još, nemam 150.
Bit će, ajmo gore. Mala pomoć ovdje gore.
Idemo.
Wouldn't have made it without you. You saved my life.
Imaju seljaci koji trebalo bi da sačuvam od paukova po mogućnosti.
Dobro.
Lakše reći nego raditi. Ja obično kad sam sam ne idem ovaj zadatak i onda budu predaleko jedan od drugih i teži slučaj.
I am in your debt, stranger.
Ja sad imaš za onaj sanduk.
Ovo ide Ilija, čini kao ludo, bre.
To šiba to piči.
Ne? Za malo ovo ide ludo.
Zašto te otvaraš?
Za malo da se zajebi. Living still, evo ga materijal. Jao, jebem li, family.
Je otvorio ovaj sanduk.
Nisam još, hoću da ih očistim ovdje prvo. Nema potrebe da sam... Jebate ti mam.
Mrte.
uzo? Mislim, uzo kopče.
Da.
Tam, izvinjavam se.
Ništa, ništa.
Idemo
Ajmo
dalje.
na drugi sanduk gore. Otvorio jesi?
Jes. Pa dobro, da vidi, imamo 14 minuta u Helltide-u, nije to loše.
Obično starta sa 45-50 minuta.
Da, tačno padaju strele, čovječe.
Da, to ti je aspekt bio. Jer ti si imao dva ista aspekta na oružju i na prstenu. Znači uvijek ti ne možeš nikad imaš ekipa na dva ista jer ti jedan ne radi. Znam da ti koristiš taj cutthroat i marksman skill, a na oba ti se aktivira taj Rain of Arrows.
Ma idi bro, ti ako ovo bolje sad ide.
Pa vidjet ćeš kad se spomenu boss. Samo da se malo normali.
Još dva mi je fali ovih stranja Whispera za Tree of Whisper.
Brutal. I like it.
Ne, to je ja. Countujem se.
Pa čujem. Brutal. I like it.
A hoćeš po sanduk sljedeći za oružje?
Može.
Onda gore idemo. Možemo da sačekamo ovaj summon pa da onda idemo. Ovako kad starti ljudi, znači tu kraja nema. I onda ćeš doći do toga da ti je ostalo 3 minuta i imaš 1000 poena. Nije mi jednom bilo. Da nisam stigao da potrošim.
Ilija napravio ludilo. Ovaj i onaj pre sat vremena, nebo i zemlja. Gledaj ti ovo je.
Možda. Ajmo gore, brdaj. Brdaj.
Trčkam.
Gore.
Ovdje ima neki kovčeg, ali...
Ne.
Dobro?
Ne.
Nisam povećavao mapu da vidim, čisto vidim na mini mapi kovčeg.
Imaš ovdje u ovoj zoni.
Ja mogu kad sam igram, ili ja, to da mi kažeš šta da radim, da vidiš da li imam volju da igram. Čim vidiš da nemam volju i šutiraj me kao od zadnjeg gova. Hoću da vidim nešto, znači da vidim te aspekte za Roga koje, jel te, trebam da otvaram.
Pa onda bi to da gledaš taj guide ako si već uzor ga pratiš. Ja nisam igrao taj Dance of Nights pa ne mogu da ti kažem na pamet šta ide. To ti je novi taj skill bukvalno od ove sezone.
Vidi ovo, ekstra skine.
Pa i nekad tako tuče. Tako tuče pomalo i to ti je to. Imaš ključe za...
Opa, pade jedan u testo. Op. Samo ne znam što, ali to nije sad ni bitno.
Pa bar ga markuj da ga ne razbiješ slučajno.
Ništa ne brini.
Goblin. To je bio goblin.
Haos. Ozbiljno.
Da. Može i kozmetiku da baci.
Daj Bože, ja to obožavam.
Pa znam, pa zato kad vidiš goblin idi u pokrive. Ali retko šta meni više može da baci od kozmetike. Ja sam, što je bilo kozmetike od goblina, manje više dobio.
Idemo dalje, ma potišu da gledam.
Idemo dalje za iste novce.
Ja ove eliksire uvek zaboravim da popijem, bre. Ilija, što mi ne kažeš, čoveče, kad sam budala?
Zato što treba sam da se setiš. Kako ti objasnim? Recimo, znaš da treba sipaš gorivo kad sedneš u auto, da?
A, znam.
Pa. Ajmo. Imamo još 6 minuta da obiđemo se ovo. Otvori barem jedan ovaj mali, da nam ne ostanu pojeni. O, vidio bi sam kozmetiku za konje. U sanduku. Gizdine za nekog zebrastog konja.
I vidim.
Možeš i taj da otvoriš isto.
Pa zato sam i došao, da vidim šta će. Aj, ti vidim.
Evo ga je boss. Nesretni. Skoro pun inventar.
Pa da.
Jer pazi, rašafiš nešto što slučajno ne želiš da uradiš.
Evo i ovdje imamo neki gore. Sad, bolje da ga otvorim.
Evo ti da, ovaj sa oružjem uzimaj. Evo ti gore.
Idem gore.
Vamo gore. Sad pa.
Bukvalno jedan item još i to je to, ja sam pun.
Ja moram nazad da razbijem sve ovo što mi ne treba.
I ja idem.
On nema pojente više.
How can I help?
I onda se pitaš kako sam nakupio možda toliko materijala jučer kad sam summonuli boss. Pa svaki put kad radiš ovaj Helltide padaju ti materijali za summon bossova.
Drale, ja ovdje ništa specijalno nisam dobio, tako da ću i ovo da lom. Ali, evo, jedan aspekt ispade, pa još jedan.
Pa
ima, drugi aspekt ima, ali... Ima i tekako. Barim jedno 10-15 komada.
10-15 aspekata?
Da. To ti kažem, brate, slabo sam ovo igru, ja trebam to da gruvam to da bi mogli da imprintujemo mnogo bolje stvari. Ako nisam 10-15 aspekata, otključu evo 10. Evo, znači samo aspekt unlock, piše i je. Pun kurac samo.
No.
Što ti kažeš, samo igraš i to je to.
Ja.
Ti tamo vratio ili jesi?
Da.
Well done.
Ti si kod bossa? Jesi?
Ma da. Šta je kraj ovoga Helltide i onda gledam da pobijem što više mogu. Da, vrati vreme. I ako je kraj ovoga Helltide-a, ako u zadnje sekundi summonuješ bossa, postaće tu kamen za summonovanje dok god ga ne ubiješ. Tako da možemo komotno se čekamo da dođe.
Kao krenuo da beži, a?
Ma to uvek radi.
Impressive.
Gotovo. Torment, mislim, Helltide, više ovdje. Ovdje gu nema. Ali gu ima event.
Da, ima ovo. Samo šta je ovo? A, ovo ti evade defense. Može. Easy.
Bosse.
It's true. Oh, oh.
Yoo-hoo!
I appreciate that.
Otišao sam u grad da razbucam stvari. Može tako.
Avo!
Šta ima?
Aj pokupio ono liče daj kozama.
Dobar dan, dobro večer.
Koje liš, kojim kozama?
Pa vidi, ima pale od one smokve.
Nešto da napravi. Verovatno se vraća za 15 minuta. Obreci pila svaki pola sata.
Bilećina se krčka, ako. Bori se.
Dajte se da sam uzeo Battle Pass od ovoga Hunt. Ojstva.
Okej.
Kaže, sjeći se da sam uzeo Battle Pass od ovoga Hunt.
Kad si ga, brate, kad si ga uzeo?
Uzeo sam ga pre 7-8 dana, a imam još pola i više od pola dana uradio. S tim u vezi treba da uzem par 200 poena danas. Znam da sam izdajnik i tako, to je nikakav čovjek i...
Ne.
Ali
vam postao, brate, tepa i bre kancat koji ti kurac ništa, samo lagano.
Treba meni mnogo, ali...
Ja trebam explosive gear, explosive glib da stavim.
A zašto ti ne pogledaš fino taj Paragon guide i namestiš sebi Paragon tablu?
Upravo to i radi. To upravo radi.
Mislim, ništa te ne košta bez vreme, znaš.
Ma glif, samo rekao si mi exploit da stavljam, a explosive trebam da stavljam za ovaj krv mu jebemu.
Imaš 5 glifova, Slav.
A dobro, ovaj prvi.
Ali ti baš hoćeš da pratiš taj vodič, šta?
Kao slepac.
Dobro, onda u redu.
A nije baš. Ne znam, učim se, ne znam kako da se naučim.
5 glifova možda imaš maksimalno, to ti je trenutno za sve. Pre Kec sam stavljao 7-8, kao da nije normalan. Ja sam mu rekao da je lud, ne, to tako treba.
Zašto? Zato što mi treba da otključam level 1 ovaj explosive glif. Pičku mater.
Treba ti level 15 da bi ti se proširilo to polje, ako na to misliš. Jel to?
Verovatno, ne znam. Piše mi da je unlock socketable nodes to use. Ne mogu. Čekaj, idem dalje da vidim šta će da mi... Pratim Paragon tablo, ali u sredini mi piše ovo, a ja njega nisam otključao.
Kako nisi otečao sve glifove? Pa dosta ti trebalo si da imaš sve.
O, brate. Exploziv mora da gruvam. Imprintovo sam ga, on mi je level 1. Moram samo da ga, znaš, da ga levelujem, jebi.
A znaš kako se levela?
Ja, Bože, idemo...
Odeš u Kerrigar. Odeš u Kerrigar. Cerigar. To ti je gore na sever grada. Klikneš na onaj spomenik. Onaj obelisk. Izabereš kako se to zove, onaj dungeon level, pit level, nemam pojma, 30. To ti je Torment 2, to ti je to što ti trenutno igraš. I igraš level 30. Pa tu. Pored da ne pogineš previše puta i da završiš ga. Jer svaki put kad pogineš skine ti određeni skor sa toga. Weekly challenge, banish target, activate belt spinning još 2 puta. Dobro.
This particular gauntlet as separate entries, while something like the Fatal 5 or Jeff's gauntlet was a singular entry. That's because each trap in this particular gauntlet specifically contradicts John's philosophy in very unique ways. That's why I'm doing it this way. Don't ask questions. Just consume product. The next test yet again deviates from the trolley problem setup, following more of a guided maze. William's company lawyer is put in a cage maze where she must work her way upstairs in under 90 minutes, or else the device around her chest will puncture her skull. William has to guide her through the maze and divert hot steam toward himself in order to get her through safely. However, once he frees her from the maze, it's revealed that the key to the death machine strapped around her is inside William's own body. Instead of letting William cut the key out himself, like he volunteers to do, the lawyer attacks him, taking up enough time for the trap to kill her. This is all conducted to force William to see firsthand a person's desperation to survive when faced with death. Now, there's probably a better way to do this without hinging the person's survival solely on William, only then to make them fight to the death, but I guess I see John's point.
Piranha.
Yes, thank you, John. Exactly. Still, the fact that the lawyer would have been screwed anyway if William had decided not to help her means that this trap contradicts John's philosophy of choice, so this is yet another fail for William's gauntlet. This takes us to my personal favorite trap of the Saw franchise.
Restart.
But I can still admit that it is yet another blatant contradiction of John's rules. We're back to the trolley problems with William's 6 assistants riding a little merry-go-round. The catch is that it'll occasionally stop, positioning one of the riders in front of a classic jigsaw shotgun, which will shoot them. William is given the power to save them by pushing 2 different buttons at the same time, not only tilting the shotgun away from the potential victim, but also piercing his own hands. However, he can only save 2 of these people. It's up to William to decide which 2 of the 6 will survive. Like I said, I absolutely love this trap. The concept easily provides some nice tension while making William such a compelling character as he agonizes over which person to save. The acting in this scene is some of the best of the franchise as well. I also love how William uses both of his saves early, leaving the last guy knowing that he's about to die. He just drops all pretenses of sucking up to him and airs every grievance he has about William before getting shot. It is so incredibly well done. That being said, this obviously blatantly contradicts John's rules. These 6 people have no choice in whether they live or die. They're just glorified cannon fodder for William to play favorites with. So unfortunately, like the rest of William's gauntlet, the shotgun carousel is going in our game over category. Now we reach William's final test, which in a twist isn't actually his test, but the test of the wife and son of one of his clients, who have been watching him this whole time. Because of William's algorithm, their patriarch was denied coverage of life-saving treatment, leading to his death, and now his family has the choice to either spare or kill William. The widow can't bring herself to do it, but Roderick over here has no problem committing murder right in front of William's sister, who is also here for some reason. Not only is this just an unsatisfactory and frustrating way to end William's arc, but it is probably the most blatant violation of John's code. The entire premise of the test is to present William like he's a contestant on Miss America and go, "So what do you think, folks? Should we let him live?" And the audience gives it a big ol' thumbs down, as I do to this trap, if you even want to call it that. It takes away all agency from William and gives it to a stupid, angry teenager. He can say it all he wants, but in this house, Roderick doesn't rule. I'll say this about Saw 6. It is a small step up from Saw 5 in terms of John being consistent with his own philosophy, and even though the main trap plotline is just
Ja pokušao da završi 35 dana za jebeni Battle Pass. Što fino ne ubace ko ljudi onaj sistem kao u Helldiverima. Daju ti koliko hoćeš vremena za Battle Pass, pa ko voli nek izvoli. Ne znam, mislim da je pošteno. I onako si ga platio. Kad ćeš da ga završiš, to nije njihov problem. Ima ljudi koji recimo uzmu godišnji odmor da ga završi. A znam ljude koji su htjeli da mi daju account, da im pređem Battle Pass zato što nisu bili kući u to vreme. A da ga kupi na pola Battle Passa recimo ljudi neće. Jer automatski je ono, game over, izgubio si ga i prema što si počeo. Jest.
ušteđenih para.
Da.
Skoro 3 tapa.
Pote, ali on je propo uporan lik je, on je strašno.
Ali on je propo uporan lik.
Uporan lik, znači
Čujem, ne kapiram.
tvrdi kako igre koje kupiš na Gogu su njegove fizičke, baš.
Fizičke nisu, to je sve digitalna informacija, i dalje nisu fizičke.
Ne, ali on, znači uporno to.
Da je pravno kupio licencu, to hoće da kaže.
Znači, ti kad kupiš tu igru, ona je tvoja, imaš instalirano i ne treba ti nikakav ni krek, ni ništa, znači radi, bez zaštite.
To je tačno.
I ajde probaj da uradiš update bez logovanja na Go. Pa jeste u pravu. Znači, isti kurac koji svaki drugi launcher, ne lupati gluposti.
Ako ti odgovara 1.0 verzije igre bez ikakvih add-onova, dodataka, pečeva, da, upravo je. Ali 99% developera to ne radi.
Igra na Gogu samo moja. Tu isti ti kurac, s time idi offline i igrat ćeš. A stalno to napominje. Igra na Gogu, Gogu da su to njegove. I on ima neke diskove da skladišti igre, oni downloaduje i tamo ih skladišti. Sa Boga.
Kurac.
Ow.
After another, I still really like it. William is an easy character to root for, and his individual tests are incredibly tense and compelling. It's just a shame about the inconsistent writing. Saw the final chapter, except it isn't, so it's a good thing that it was marketed as Saw 3D, or more simply known as Saw 3D, closes out the main plot of the first run of Saw movies. Very sloppily, I might add. This movie dishes out a lot of traps, but again, I'm going to skip the ones made by Hoffman for the purposes of this video. That includes the Pain Train Dream Sequence trap and the traps he used to assassinate the cops working for IA, who for whatever reason took over the Jigsaw investigation from the FBI after they all died in a fire. Don't know why the feds didn't send anybody to investigate the disappearances of at least 3 of their agents, but whatever. I'm also unfortunately going to be skipping the car garage trap where the late Lincoln Park frontman Chester Bennington is forced into a trap with his friends because they're racist.
You, your girlfriend, and your friends are all racists.
That line delivery will never not be funny to me. This trap was implicitly designed by Hoffman for at least one person to die so he can enact his scheme of sneaking into the police department to kill his dead boss's ex-wife, only to be subsequently killed by Dr. Gordon, who is also secretly a John Jigsaw apprentice, along with these 2 people. That leaves us with only the opening trap, a flashback trap, and the main trap plotline. Apparently, the opening trap of Saw 3D actually takes place shortly after the first movie, perhaps serving as one of Dr. Gordon's first collaborations with John. This one takes place in a display case in a department store. I have no idea how John was able to set this up without anyone noticing, but I digress. I'd like to call this the Bros Are Hoe trap, as it revolves around a hoe and the 2 bros she's been 2-timing using her feminine wiles to get them to do shady stuff for her own benefit. The trap is this. The hoe is suspended over the bros who must compete with each other to shove a buzzsaw into their bro, and thus diverting the hoe from being lowered onto one herself. They have 60 seconds to decide whether they want to kill each other or let the hoe die. Now there's a secret third option where they could simply tilt the buzzsaw away from the hoe without actually impaling their bro, but I don't think the movie considered that, so we'll ignore it, I guess. Like the chads they are, these guys choose bros before hoes.
I think we're breaking up with you, Tina.
Heck yeah, all my homies hate hoes. Now, if this was just a competition trap where 2 guys duke it out to kill each other, I'd give this a passing grade on the precedent of the previous competition trap. But the fact that there's an option to just kill a person helplessly suspended over a saw blade puts this trap in violation of John's philosophy. I don't care how much that thought deserves her comeuppance, we're here for writing consistency, damn it, not bro justice. The next trap comes in a very brief flashback during a Jigsaw recovery meeting. It's not actually clear who put it together, but I'm going to default my assumption to John, seeing as how there's not a cop dying as a result of the trap, which seems to be a tendency of Hoffman's. This trap pits a woman against her abusive boyfriend, with the 2 of them dangling precariously on some barbed handles or something above a bunch of upturned running lawnmowers. I have no idea how they got up there, and I have no idea how that woman got down after winning. There's also not much elaboration as to the mechanics or rules of this trap, but it's a competition one, where 2 wills to survive clash to see which one comes out on top, so that kind of works. The issue is I have no idea if they just woke up here like this, or if there was a moment where John actually explained the rules to them. We just jump into the trap and jump out of it. So the best I can do is, for the first time in 4 movies, put a trap into the very effing confused category. The main trap plotline of Saw 3D follows Bobby, a guy...
Ja, vidi, ali ti ovo sad u ono statko za prizivanje za glipove beše ili ne? Nije, ja ne vidim da ga...
Kako za glipove? Terigar.
Kerigar, da, dobro.
Yes.
Sad ću da ga nađu. O, Keri.
Šta će biti s kućom?
O, Keri, evo ga.
Molim.
Jest.
Molim.
Jeste.
Molim.
Da li ste vi onaj koji nije?
Ovako kad ovako se zajebao, ima glas koji oni... Ono na Pinku što je bilo ove lutke,
Pa na toj ciljam.
A ne znam.
Nikad izvini.
To je zdravstveno.
Na toj ciljama je Slav.
Da to, a?
Znači što je dobra zebancija. I zato što su navodno... Da. I zato što su navodno ukinuli čitavi show, zato što je neko spomenuo onoga Đinđić mrtvog. Kad su imali onaj deo s onim pozorištem, kad je kao rekao, kao šapno, to je bilo parodija na Macbeth, kad kaže ubica je, i onda kao šapno. I onda su se oni svi nešto iscimali kod toga. Kao da je Benny Lutkar zna ko je stvarno u Koko Đinđića, ko da je važno. Ko da je važno, čovjeka više nema.
izvedba onaj morski stulac, nam prekao da ti ono.
Dođi na morski greben, tamo ću da te jednom.
Znači, da meni studi svaki pogledaj, studi. Vele i sam dođi na morski stulac. Znači, tako pičkem mater.
Kako je?
Da. Pičkem mater oljeg brate. Znači, dobro sam uvažio što da Slavko zajebanci staje. Kira. Tako je. Naš drugi narod. Nema drugi narod. Ha. Tam hoću da te jedem.
Idemo.
Idemo, a?
Idemo. Jebo sam ga.
Koga, World Bossa?
Ma tier 35, onako poprilično fin.
To ti je Torment 2 jače, ja mislim. Nešto između dvojke i trojke.
Da, dvojke. Yes.
Lajte, Kere, Jakobsveli. Jučer kad sam igrao Helldivers, 2 puta u toku misije se promenila ono doba dana. Sa mrklog mraka na mesečinu, sa mesečine na kao dan. I to je bio otprilike kraj, ono već 40 minuta isteklo meč. Dan je bio možda par minuta, prema što će izaći, ali onako... Dobro promjena u odnosu na ovaj gubavi hunt. Po 7 godina ne umije da napravi dinamičko doba dan i noć. Svaki put možda učitaš drugu varijantu istog nivoa, zato što ne znam da uradi dinamičko osjećenje. Magarci. Magareci.
Bravo, najjači, najsposobniji, najpametniji, najispirniraniji, najbrži.
Jeste, kako je bilo na kafici?
Molim. Vidi. To je sjajno. Ganku si, a?
Zabote beton, nek puče sve u pičku mati.
Dešava se kad se teleportuješ između gradova, meni često, da ne idu čitav grad, nego samo sve stane i meni nabije obično CPU do panja i onda OB zabode. Prekine jednostavno da uploaduje, onda restartujem OBS, restartujem igru i to je to. Baš si zaglupio na full. Zato što imaju preveliko broj podataka koji se razmenjuju između servera i klijenta. Kad ti radiš 50 miliona, neko radi 300 biliona. I to samo prce.
Stavi ovo. Bravo.
Who got rich and famous by pretending to be someone who survived one of John Jigsaw's traps. John obviously took great exception to that and planned to actually put him in one posthumously. But it's not just a trap Bobby gets put in, it's a trap gauntlet. His first trap is simple enough. Bobby gets put in a cage that is suspended over a bed of spikes. In order to escape, Bobby has to pull a chain that ejects the bottom of the cage. He then has to find a way to get out of the cage without landing on the spikes below. As is usually the case, the simple trap succeeds in following John's philosophy. There's one guy who has to escape a cage. That's all there is to it. Unfortunately, things get much more complicated for Bobby after this. The next 3 tests in Bobby's gauntlet involve him being tasked to save people from his personal posse who helped sell his lies to the world, each being themed around the 3 wise monkeys. Speak No Evil is referenced in the trap for Bobby's publicist, who can't say a thing as he fishes a key on a hook out of her throat, or else she'll be impaled. See No Evil is referenced in the trap for Bobby's lawyer, where Bobby has to lift some weights that impale his sides in order to close a circuit that'll stop her from having her eyes gouged out. And then Hear No Evil is referenced in the trap for Bobby's manager and best friend, where he's blindfolded as Bobby leads him down a maze of scaffolding and planks so he can retrieve a key to free himself from a noose. One of the major issues with that last one is that Bobby has the key and has to throw it across the chasm at a blindfolded friend. So, needless to say, that guy was pretty much screwed from the beginning. Being as far into the franchise as we are now, I think I can confidently put these 3 traps into the game over category and not explain myself that much. Each of these traps require Bobby to perform well for the player's survival with little to no input from themselves. I guess Bobby's best friend could have chosen not to listen to Bobby, but that wouldn't help him much. Outside of that, he's completely reliant on Bobby's instructions. Bobby's lawyer just has to sit there waiting to die, while the only thing Bobby's publicist has a choice to do is to not scream as a fish hook scratches the inside of her throat, which I imagine is not something you can voluntarily suppress. So with that being said, all 3 of these traps are going on the dumpster pile. Now, while Bobby has been doing all of this, his wife has been watching from a platform she's chained to. Bobby finally arrives at this room, but before he can go in, he has one last trap to do. The door to the room is sealed with a combination lock. The numbers to unlock it are on his wisdom teeth, so he must pull them out to see them. Now, this is something we do all the time. Granted, we're knocked out or at least under heavy anesthetics, so I'd imagine it's rather...
Ej, idem da prošetam kapketa. Da prošetam kap. Kapki basket. Kapki basket.
Slavko nas sme.
Da, ide mi lepo.
A ako budeš imao kamenja, da napraviš bolje gemove umjesto onih rojala, napravi. Samo proveriš sve na vreme da li imaš tih gem shardova. Mislim, nije to puno, to je tipa 20% na onu ranjivost i 20-30 pojena dexterity, ali ono, mislim da sve znači. Mada obično ljudi stavljaju o tome rogu zelene kamenove za dexterity na oružje.
Ovo su smo stavili da sad radi bot.
Pa znao sam da će da radi, zato sam ti rekao. Sad moje pitanje, da li ti imaš među skillovima Rain of Arrows? Ili je to samo kao pasiv neki koji ti nemaš, nego se on sam aktivira ponekad?
On sam aktivira, nemam ja.
Mislim, nemaš ga kao skillu koji možeš da uložiš pojene, to je pitanje.
Mora bi da je vidim, ali sad ću mu reći pogledati. Mislim da je pasiv. Nisam siguran, ali mislim da je pasiv.
That is funny.
kaže. Sad trebam da vidim ili je u skill tree-u, da li je Reign of Arrow kao skill.
Aktivni skill. Da li ga imaš? Moja pretpostavka je da verovatno nemaš, ali pogledaj. Da ti nije ultimate možda, ne?
Ne, ultimate je momentum.
Ne. Pre ultimate, to je pasiv. Pre toga ultimate pasiva imaš aktivni skill koji je baš ultimate.
Meni je Shadow Clone.
I?
Pa ide naravno Prime Shadow Clone, a ovaj zadnji nije. Supreme nije. Ovdje dole ima...
Upravo si mi pročitao aktivni skill i 2 njegova pasivna. Ovi što ih nisi kupio, to te pitam.
Reign of Arrow King.
Pa znam da ima, zato ti kažem. Ako bi stavio 3 poena na taj Reign of Arrows, bio bi ti jači taj skill svaki put kad sam sebe aktivira. To te pitam. Hvala pa si mi nekako odgovorio.
Onda Shadow Clone stavio.
Ama ne moraš, zapravo da, možda imaš samo jedan ultimate.
Da.
Mislim, možeš da skineš 3 poena sa Shadow Clone i staviš na Reign of Arrows i vidiš kako, da li jače radi kad se sam od sebe aktivira ili isti kurac. Ako radi istu štetu pre i posle, onda ne vredi. Razumeš?
Znači ili je da nije pravo vreme da se popije kafica čoveče da se napravi.
Pa možeš ti da piješ kafice, nije problem. Meh.
You know.
No.
Patrzymy.
Ne, 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 ne dole, ne dole, ne, ne, ne tako trčati. Izgibet ćeš. Da li lud si ti, dečko? Aj, majko, svaku igrao.
They're painful but survivable. The choice to pull the teeth out is completely up to Bobby, so once again simplicity reigns supreme with a passing grade. We have now arrived at Bobby's final trap, and one of my least favorites in the franchise. In a twist of poetic irony, Bobby has to recreate the trap he claimed to participate in his book, piercing his pecs with some hooks and hoisting himself into the air. However, the difference between fiction and reality is that Bobby isn't trying to save himself. No, Bobby has to reach the ceiling and connect a plug which will save his wife from being roasted alive. Obviously, this completely violates John's rules for trap building, but there's a few things that make this worse. First, from John's mocking tone of voice when establishing the rules, I think it's clear that John knew that Bobby would fail this trap. Not through any fault of his own, but simply because the physics of placing your entire body weight on your pectoral muscles with hooks through them and then engaging said muscles to connect a plug are pretty improbable. Dare I say even impossible. This means that John set Bobby up to fail to teach him a lesson. That's all well and good. However, what makes things worse is that Bobby's wife is completely innocent in all of this. And not in a, oh, well, she doesn't get to make the choice type way. I mean, in that way, but also much, much worse than that. John explicitly states that she completely believed Bobby's lies and even married him because she believed in the work he was doing in the name of said lie. Her only crime was loving and trusting her husband like a good wife and trying to make a positive difference in people's lives. At least most of the other people who have had their agency taken away in the traps have been complicit in something shady or outright evil. More than anyone else in this franchise, except arguably Dr. Gordon's wife and child, this woman did not deserve to be in a trap. So, this means that John intentionally executed an innocent woman for the sake of teaching her husband a lesson. Oh, and by the way, Bobby survives all this, as if things couldn't get any worse. Bobby gets to walk away. Screw this trap. Screw John. Screw this entire movie, even if there were a couple of traps that were consistent with his philosophy, which is something the past two movies didn't do, but I don't care anymore. I hate this trap, and thus I hate this entire movie. We're moving on. Well, it took the Saw franchise 7 years to release another messy plot stitched together with silly little traps. Jigsaw follows yet another secret John apprentice trying to recreate one of his traps in an effort to get revenge on a corrupt police detective for allowing the man who murdered his wife to go free to do so. Now, this would usually mean I just skip the movie as a whole, but it's revealed that the main trap plotline is actually a giant flashback to John Jigsaw's earliest attempt at a proper trap gauntlet with Little Billy the puppet making his first debut. For some reason with LED eyes and on a high-def TV. I guess John's a time traveler as well as omniscient. Therefore, we'll take a gander at John's first trap gauntlet to see how well he followed his own philosophy so early in his career. The theme of the game is confession. Each player has played some role in the death of someone else, and John's desire for them is to confess their crimes. You got a
Dobro već.
Ovo.
Ovo su dobolja, a? Alo, Superman. Dobolja, a? Milane. Milane pile, man. Baš su ri, a?
Dobro ovo radi, jebe me, ustaje. Ne mogu ovo.
Šta ne možeš?
A ovo valjda Lili, nabije mi je na kurac, ne znam.
Ko je da Lili?
Eko Lili, hejtre.
Jesi ti...
Ovaj kurac, neki boss.
Jesi ti zdrav? Ozbiljno te pitam. Taj boss, ovako, što se tiče ovako normalni, što se tiče igara, to, znači, nemoj, ili pogledaj vodič na YouTube-u ili odigraj ga jedno sat, dva, taj fight. Taj boss ima napade koji one-shotuju koliko god imaš health. To objasnim.
Da, vidi.
Gdje god da si u boss areni, znači, skeptičan. Retardirani. Znači, to je najogavniji, poslije kažu da Elden Ring, Dark Souls i ostale stvari, da nisu balansirane, da su teški. Nije istina. Baca bodlje koji putuju kroz čitavu boss arenu i te bodlje razaraju. Znači idu 2 ili 3 puta idu napred-nazad. A svaki put kad krenu napred-nazad mogu da te ubiju. Koliko god healtha da imaš. Retardirano. Ne možeš da istenkuješ. Možeš ako si, pretpostavljam, nekromancer ili druid. Druid isto ima neku glupu foru da je neranjiv. Nekromancer također. Nekromancer se pretvori u loku krvi i samo prođe kroz to. Ali to je po meni ono cheat kod. Može, ali je glupo, razumeš. Jer onda moraš da igraš taj build. Samo radi tog fighta. A neću da posvetim svu svoju energiju da izvaram sistem. Nemam ambicije da sve preusmerim samo da bi to prošlo. To možeš naći igrača da ti odradi, koji napamet zna fight, ako je voljan, ako jebi ga. Pitaš Kecmana, Kecman je to uradio, Kecman je pogledao guide na YouTube-u, pa je probao sam jedno sat vremena senjako i uspio da izbegne sve njene napade. Ne moraš čak da imaš ni dobar defense, bitno je samo da kad krene da ore preko čitavog ekrana, da izbegneš, a ako možeš da vidiš šta baca, ja ne mogu. Baca gomilu crvenih efekata koji čitav ekran napune sa glupostima.
Tutto di effetto, tutto.
baci 2 zuba koji onako široko putuju. I tamo kad misliš da si pobegnuo ide sredina, kad misliš da si pobegnuo onda opet ide treći nazad. Glupo do jaja. Zdravo Boris Makić, šta ima? A ide.
Odo da klopom.
To je guljenje vremena taj fight. Znači svi ti što ti... Nije nagrada dobra i kažem najgluplje dizajniran fight u igri. Dobro, nisam ti rekao, ajde. Glupo je. Evo ovako, veruj mi, ne reći glupo je.
Ajde, doručkujem ja.
Ja, obraz.
X Collector. Welcome to my channel.
Lijepo sam izgubio health. Jebem ti.
Ti sve trpaš u tu tvoju kantu od stomaka, brate mili.
Znaš kako to ide, Boris? Mislimo da nas neće dok ne dođemo određene godine. Kad nas dođe, onda nas stigne i leđe nas vole. I osjećam se teško, možda bi trebao da smanjim. I ovo mi možda nije sad zdravo u ovim godinama i tako. A vi samo izvolite.
Moj...
Wants to live forever.
To je toliko zdravo, ja postavljam reći.
Ja mislim da to zdravina.
Dakle, odeš uvijek tek, kad puš Kenju, polupaćiš vece šolju, ne znam, grune onog kamenog govna. Čega je ovo Borderlands 2 i izgleda kod crtani, kod 3.
Hoćeš iznenađenje? To i jeste poenta bila kad su napravili tu igru, da izgleda kao crtani film. Možda se vama ne sviđa, ali taka, to zove art.
To je dobar koncept, ja gledam ovdje boš. Sad su na tu ludački izgleda.
Ali zavisi šta gledaš, Borderlands 2, Borderlands 3.
Dvojku. To neki co-op ili single player, šta je?
Co-op.
Co-op.
Da.
A može single?
Može, možeš i to i da pređeš sam, nije to nikakav. Neš ni ne seti da nema niko. Da niko ne...
Jedan ko Mad Max jebote, neki post-apokaliptik.
Pa tako nešto. Mada imaš high-tech puškica, bombi i tako gluposti, ali sve podsjeća na taj neki...
Radije. Da radije ima negdje na nekom lančeru, a ne pojma kom.
Radije? Radije ima dobru grafiku, ali ima problematičan jako grafički pokretač, da ne kažem engine. To je igra koja koristi mega teksture i ima problem mali sa mega teksturama, a ne učitava ti teksturu za jednu pušku ili jedan zid za... Ne, učitava sve teksture čitavog levela odjednom. To je jako veliki problem za svaku mašinu, svaki procesor i svaku grafičku kartu. Nije zaživjelo dalje od te igre.
Samo kad bi znao na kom je to lančeru, a? Da li neki šta? Igrao je onaj Mad Max, to imam na filmu, ja sjetio sam za neku bogatelu pred 3 godine.
Igrao ja.
Jel valja?
Dobar.
Ne. Je to po ovom zadnjem filmu ili...
Ne, samo za sebe. Dešava se u Mad Max svetlu, ali ne prati priču nikakvu. Ono što se pojavljuje je taj kao guest town, munition farm i tako par nekih stvari, ali sama igra i priča nema veze s filmom, nijednim filmom. Pa ima veze da je u post-apokalipsi smeštena, ako ćemo to reći. Rage podsjeća na Mad Max samo u prvih 2 sata, 3. Dok ne počneš da dobijaš neke bespilotne dronove, high-tech oružja, vodila dok ne počne da budu. Onda shvatiš da samo podsjeća na...
Da, imam je na ovom mjestu. Rage 2. Rage 2. Kobre.
Kobrovi, dobre.
Kobre. Imam Rage 2, imam nešto drugo.
Rage 2 je rađena u nekakvom Doom engine-u, dobro sjećam. Već sam zaboravio da te igre ikad izašla.
Da, imam Rage 2. To znači da bi trebalo odigrati prvo Rage 1 ili...
Misliš da priča ima veze? Nema.
Nema?
Ne. U istom univerzumu, ali... Priča u Rage 1 ti ima početak i kraj, ajmo tako da kažem. Tato, nemoj da ideš mojom, nemoj da ideš mojom ulicom. Nemoj, pardon, nemoj, nemoj mojom ulicom.
Je tako?
Tako si mutirao. Što kaže Boris, jedan ti pametni telefon. A taj tvoj pametni telefon piše cirilicom. Moram ručno da čitam.
Jugo.
Milki.
Ti voliš taj maguarski, a? Beti? Beti buk, veća glava nego trup. Može tako? Čujem on tebe, jebote, sve da ga pita. A čuje.
A da, čujem. Pite.
Čuje tebe, ne, znaš.
Junkie who stole a woman's purse, which included her inhaler, leaving the poor woman to die of an asthma attack. A guy who sold a motorcycle with a faulty brake to John's nephew, resulting in the kid's death. Ryan, whose party-hardy ways as a youngster caused 3 deaths in a car wreck. John's neighbor who committed post-birth abortion and framed her husband for it, causing him to commit suicide. And the hospital attendant who accidentally swapped the labels on John's brain scans, causing his brain tumor to be detected far after it was too late to treat it. Through this trap gauntlet, they will face their crimes and confess them. But first, we have to have an introductory trap. Our players all wake up in a small room with buckets on their heads and a chain around their necks. Well, all but one of them wake up. The chains pull the players toward a door covered in spinning buzzsaws that'll presumably kill them, even though, as we'll see later, one person survives it, so I'm not really sure how dangerous this actually is. Regardless, to avoid some major scarring, all the players have to do is offer up a teensy little blood offering, which will shut off the buzzsaws, detach the buckets, and open the door to the next trap. Everybody but the guy who didn't wake up survives this, but in a surprising admission of, oops, I did something that violated my rules, John steps in to save the guy, revealing him to be the hospital.
Yes, yeah.
Javašluk. Lija, koja treba da bude kad formatiraš disk ono za UEFI, za Windows 11? Ne MBR, nešto drugo, jel tako? Ili, šta bi bre? Znaš što sam mislio?
Tako je. Ali ne znam koji je. Ako ga formatiraš u MBR, samo si sebe za kasnije upucao u stopalo. Možda će je raditi, ali će ti kasnije napraviti velike probleme. Baš ponac...
MBR tu GPT, tako?
GPT, da.
Ima u command promptu, odladi. Tako znam, bio sam onaj novi disk. Protirao u MBR, onaj dva, nisam isto mogu da instaliram ovoga.
Tačno, može biti problem veliki.
Evo, odradio sam u command promptu.
Sistemski ili?
A?
Sistemski disk ili?
Ne, imam jedan od 500 SSD pravi.
Kao što rekao GPT, MBR tu GPT možeš da odradiš ako nije sistemski. Ako je sistemski, kao može...
Ne, prazan na USB. USB ti treba da posle toga da instaliram Windows na njemu, nego mi je prijavio Windows instalacija da je MBR da ne bude instaliran. Pa sam ga sad isformatirao u GPT. Sredili smo.
Vidim. Jebote, bullet travel time. Metak ima problema da izađe iz sebi, ne da pogodi mene.
Ovi škapu svi važi da se varati.
Okay. I'm dying.
Hospital orderly who swaps the
Daps.
labels, and he becomes
Welcome
John's
to my
secret
channel.
first apprentice, who then
Love
retires
your
until
stream,
the
add me
present
on
day,
Discord
returning to
so
his
I
work
can
for
join your
personal
next stream
revenge.
with my
Remember
friends. My
that guy that
Discord
John
is
was too
Yalius.
dead to learn about this,
No.
or that his posthumous omniscience didn't seem to see this far into the future. Anyway, besides that little oversight, this trap follows John's philosophy well. Each player has the choice to offer up their blood and the amount of it in order to move on to the next trap. John is very clear about what he wants, especially so given his tendency for silly wordplay, and he even offers up far more than enough time to accomplish the objective. And Jigsaw's starting off well with a big thumbs up, but as we learned from the last movie, things can always go downhill. The next room reveals to our players that the game they're participating in takes place in a barn. Here, we get our first trap that explicitly targets one of the murderers. The junkie is tasked with confessing her crimes, and it's revealed she's been poisoned. The group is presented with 3 vials. One full of the antidote to the poison, one full of harmless saline water, and one full of acid. Each vial has numbers, but only one is significant to the junkie, as it depicts just how much money was in the asthmatic lady's purse, that one being the antidote. All the junkie has to do is inject herself with it to save her own life and the rest from being hanged, or she can irrationally refuse to confess her crimes and let everyone die. Thankfully, Ryan is willing to take some action to save everybody's lives. Well, almost everybody. I will say that only one of these could feasibly be the antidote. I mean, who besides Elon Musk casually carries $2,000 cash in their purse, much less 964,583? The junkie even singles the correct syringe out, so Ryan could have just stuck her with that one instead of all 3. But I guess he was in the middle of being hanged because of an irrationally indecisive woman, so some overreaction is understandable. Now, this trap is a complicated one to try to fit into John's philosophy. There are a lot of different ways this could play out. The way the trap happens in the movie actually does fit into John Jigsawism. The junkie made her choice not to survive by refusing to confess her crimes and take the right syringe, so one of the other players then makes their choice in favor of their survival. Both are able to independently make their own choices, reflecting their own will to live, with the person lacking it dying from her own choices. Of course, the other 2 don't get a say in the matter, but realistically, either of them could have easily interjected here. Alternatively, the junkie could have agreed to make her own choice, choosing right or choosing wrong with different results. Again, if she chose not to, the others could have intervened. However, I find it interesting that this is the only trap in which one of the players could actively refuse to play the game, revealing their weak will to live, and yet still survive. In this instance, if Ryan had chosen to inject her with just the right vial, the junkie would have failed her test, but she would have lived to continue playing the game. Again, she would have made her own choice, and Ryan would have made his, so it kind of fits in the philosophy. It's a hard trap to categorize since it feels like everybody has the ability to make their own choices, but whatever choice is taken can impact the fate of someone else despite their own choice. The players aren't necessarily robbed of their ability to choose like other traps, but the clashing choices could have created results that don't properly reflect someone's will to live. I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking it. My uncertainty around this trap is going to land it in the no man's land. With the gang being freed of their neck chains, they stumble into the next trap, which is a bit of a strange one, as it's technically crafted as a punishment for Ryan disobeying his graffiti rather than a properly planned test. Seeing as how this punishes not just Ryan, but also the other 2 for his indiscretions, it's already not looking too good for this thing's evaluation. The trap is hidden under the floorboards of the knot exit and catches Ryan's leg in some razor wires, threatening to slice it up. Meanwhile, the other 2 players get themselves trapped in a grain silo that slowly fills with grain and then sharp objects, which conveniently don't kill either of them. In order for those 2 to survive, Ryan has to pull a lever that will open the silo's door and rid himself of a leg. Somehow, the various sharp objects don't impale themselves into either person when they come flooding out of the silo, but hey, I guess everyone survived to get trapped another day, even if they shouldn't have been punished for another player breaking the rule. This trap falls into the now classic category of one or more of the players under threat of dying, with their lives in the hands of a third party who must sacrifice a little something in order to save them. As seen in Saw 6, this is a good way to make you care for a character, but it is a blatant violation of the jig laws. The trap in the next room predicts where Motorcycle Man Mitch is going to stand to catch him in a loophole, leaving him dangling above a spinning razor blade coil. A motorcycle speeds up the cyclone as Mitch is slowly lowered into it. In order to survive, he must grab the handbrake at the bottom of the trap to stop the rapid circulations and escape. Unfortunately, Mitch's fear and stupidity, along with an untimely intervention by John's baby-killing neighbor, screws him over, killing him. Despite that, this is a doable trap with a clear objective that offers a pretty simple choice to the player. Unlike many other Jigsaw traps, this one doesn't even require a sacrifice to pass it. Just do the thing with little to no damage to your person or die. And still somehow my man Mitch dies. I can't get over that. The handbrake was right there, dude. You had the perfect opportunity to grab it when the neighbor stopped the blade, you dum-dum. Despite Mitch's stupidity and the neighbor's interference, this trap still works within John's philosophy, so it will pass. The climax takes the final two game players into the milking room of the farm, where they are once again shackled, this time around the foot. John shows himself, revealing both people's hidden crimes before presenting them with the patented John Jigsaw shotgun. He has hidden the keys to their shackles within the shells, but of course hints at it with silly wordplay to make them think that they have to shoot each other. Obviously, Ryan is at a disadvantage due to not having a leg anymore, which is unfortunate because he figures out the key clue right before the baby-killing neighbor fires, revealing the shotgun was rigged to backfire and kill the shooter. This trap almost works. Almost. The person who chooses to try to kill the other after an entire trap marathon...
Welcome to my channel.
Howdy. Gunslinger, I see.
Howdy, howdy, friend.
Hello. First time talk to you. Welcome. I see you're actual streamer, which is kind of impressive, because most of the people I see that, you know, that come to channel either are people that I knew from games, or they are trying to peddle me some digital merchandise. So
Yet I saw you followed me recently. How do you find me?
I don't know. I guess I have a text to speech chat, and it.
No, not gonna sell you anything. I suck at selling stuff.
Okay, okay. So I saw your name popping up a couple of times in a chat, and I was like, okay, I've seen this person name like a couple of times. Who that might be? And you know, that's actually a real person, not a in lack of better terms, bot that's trying to spam me to buy digital emojis or channel art. I'm not really into that.
Yes, I'm real life.
I'm glad. Or really advanced AI. Joke. That's a joke. Okay, this guy gets it. No, you can't loot me. Wait. He can?
How have the hunts been going?
I'm trying to do the weeklies. It says banish targets or activate Wellspring, which I really don't wanna like play hide and seek or like shotgun camp, the bounty, and yeah, So I just grab the bounty and I just like commit seppuku somewhere and just watch other people trying to figure out,
Da nam je najbolji među najboljima.
you know, is the bounty free or not? Well, this one was free, so. Yeah, I'm trying to do the cosmetics. Ne znam da je najbolji, možda je umro.
Do you like chaos mode?
You mean the chaos bounty? It's I don't know.
Neće taj dumre da ti kažem, neće.
It's something, I tell you. It would be nice if people were to like, if you would like disengage only maybe bear traps. No fucking like concertina arrows or you know, razor wires all over the boss arena and stuff like that. Shotguns are fine. You choose to stay inside the shotgun, that's fine. I'm gonna wait you outside. If you're not gonna come out, I'm gonna go into the next match. Cool. So I'm not gonna camp you like 4 hours outside. I'm gonna try to see if you're gonna get out anytime soon. If you're not, well, good luck sitting in there. Because I'm not going in. So yeah.
Joanna.
I did something like 18 levels, which is for somebody that's not really doing any like aggressive PvP, it's good enough. So this is like a half of event.
Evo se ovaj glupi Hans sinoć igrao s Nenadom. U 2 meča dobijem sa sekundu i po zakasnelu smrt, a već sam ubio lika pre sekundu i po. Oj, desync imaju.
Odličan desync. So I have 1 million hunt bucks and 100 prestigious, so no really incentive to, you know, go die on a pile. Da.
Sljedeći lik je gore skroz na vrhu na stepenicama i ja trčim i headujem ga pištoljem i nastavim 5-6 koraka i meta kod njega dobijam neki nepostojeći i umijem.
Pa to tako ide, da.
A evo te.
Everybody seems to be using explosive crossbows.
Either that or Beatles. You know, because why not? So I intend to commit.
Oh yeah, Beatles too.
Yep. So what's the color on this thing? Is it blue? I don't know. Red. And whatever. Let me see. It's not me, it's not my family in your heads. So what's your loadout? I'm gonna guess you play the game, so you know you probably know what you're saying. What's the loadout that you would choose as, you know, something to go to? I'm not like judging anybody. I'm, you know, curious, I guess. And this is kind of the easiest way for me to do the freaking play. For me to do poison enemy hunters times 10. So just beetle them and hope they don't have an antidote. If they do, well, not gonna work. Si uzeo fish drop za hunt?
Yes.
Pa šta si dobio? Lovca ti otičao, kojeg?
Nekog smeta,
Lulu.
Justin, neki, ma imam ja Lulu.
Justin Bieber.
A neki Pierce Justin, nešto tako.
Je to onaj detektiv?
Neki lik, ima ženska sa polucilindrom i on su kao u paru.
Pinkerton.
Nije Pinkerton, to je film od pre, to je onaj Jackson ili sa bradom.
Da.
Ova je s brcima.
Ja sam dobio Deda Mraz.
Djeda?
Da.
A ja sam prošli put dobio djeda, ja mislim.
A prethodni mi je, čini mi se, otključao ili Mornara, onoga Popaja.
A Wolverina Severnjaka, njega mi je u Dark Tributu dao.
Onaj je Sunday Best Suit.
Aha.
Fuck me.
Udavljenog Pasova i udavljenog Billy Kida sam dobio isto u Dark Tributu.
Some cheats.
Centennial uppercut with a Nagin silencer.
Centennial uppercut, Nagin silencer. Okay. It doesn't say.
Sweat mode is usually the crown and king.
I see. So shotgun. Okay, I'm a guilty party. I use bow or crossbow because it's more cool. For style points, I guess.
I'll use the crossbow if I'm tired of dying by the crossbow, LOL.
And hunting bow maybe?
I'll use hunting bow too.
Okay, so you are one of cool kids. Sweat lords usually carry shotguns with a buckshot. Cool kids use flashette because it's, you know, a bit harder.
Deadshot Beauty. Thanks for following.
I mean, I'm asking for it, but... Okay. I'm all out of ammo.
Do you play any other games or this one your go-to?
Let's see, Diablo 4. Diablo 3 I played for like 10 years. Diablo 4, or the fourth installment of El Diablo, is, I guess, good enough. Played also Factorio, or Satisfactory. Which are like building, micromanagement. I wouldn't call it strategy, it's like automatization games. That would be more of an accurate term. Jesus Christ. What the hell? Here is a question. Do you think somebody's camping this exfil?
I've heard of all of those but haven't played them yet. I have a large range of games in my library but always end up playing Hunt Tarkov or Once Human lately.
Once Human is free, and I have something really like against free games, that they require a large amount of time because they are free. TNT. Where is the TNT? Let's see if I'm gonna kill some poor man at the end.
I like Once Human, it's my version of Pal World, LOL.
Pal World. Well, I guess it looks like it. Helldivers also. It's kind of a cool game to play with friends. Remnant 2, which is a sequel to Remnant from the Ashes.
I played that too.
Oh, Helldivers, okay.
I got Space Marine recently also.
Space Marine is like a good lore game to play, which you can play with friends, I think. How did I get the gun? Somehow.
I'm into spooky games mostly. I've gonna try to play through all the Resident Evil games.
This is working better than I thought. Or just exactly as I thought. Deal damage to enemy hunters using pistols. Oh yeah, I shot a guy before. You're into spooky game mostly. I'm gonna try to play through all the Resident Evil games. Best Resident Evil game to start with would be Resident Evil 2 Remake. You can play any game you want, but you can take also my recommendation. It's a chef's kiss. Like it has a high level of
I
polish.
think I just bought that one.
Yeah. Well, if you're gonna play it or stream it, I might drop in. Although I don't know when you stream, your time zone, and if I'm gonna have a free time, but I usually check after and during my streams. I check on my second display, you know, if the people I knew like are streaming or, you know, are they having fun, you know, what's up. Well, like this, when I'm in like a lobby, I would just like...
I'm Central Time Zone and my schedule is so flip-flopped. I'm an ER nurse that works night shift.
Oh, Central Time Zone. So it's like a regular EU time. Okay. So probably UK or some country like that. But that's my assumption.
It's right now.
Oh. Oh, 05:15. So that's like a 6 hours. Oh, you're from States. I get it. East Coast probably.
Close Florida.
I mean, I tried. I tried.
You did.
And you tried so hard, but you failed. Which one is this? I don't know. View details. Sure. And I really consider this hunter expendable, but like this is the lowest level hunter I have, because I usually play with only one, and I consider this one probably gonna die soon. But what you gonna do? And I guess... Yeah, so this is like the lowest level hunter I have, I think. So, solo, trios, duos, solo. Okay. So do you do this? Do you do the prank match when you like play the how did you call it, like a chaos mode? Try to take some like stupid loadout and you know goof around with like 3 people teams, not really trying hard to demolish them, but more of a like super annoy them like I did. Like I wasn't really trying to kill them. Well, if they die in the process, well, it wasn't supposed to happen. Is it like, okay, poison them, done.
I usually don't play with randoms. Being a girl always is a hit or miss with randoms.
Well, you can choose not to use VoIP. So not using VoIP would probably... I don't use VoIP, and I'm like, you know, Caucasian white dude in his 40s.
Truly, but I like to give callouts. LOL.
Okay, that works. Which is kind of unusual. I have a friend from Romania, and I usually tease him that he's probably like a girl in disguise, because he's like super shy, like for using the mic. I'm like, are you like a fucking like an old dude or what? Or you're like some girl with a girly voice? Which I don't mind, but I kind of respect if you use mic, and you know, you do realize like a lot of people are like sweaty, try-hard males. Not all of them. Good bunch. That worked. Kind of over. Sniper teams. Hello. Any sniper? It's a joke.
Da, je informacija, čovječe.
My brother in Christ.
To je nešto novo u Fatku, a?
Predator, šta? This is super abnormal. Ovo je, da, novo. Predator mod.
Nisam to video do sad zbog toga.
Ovo je bug inače grafički, ali dobro.
Pa ne.
Je. This is a level glitch. Wait a minute.
Napravim jednu kapu sad i da se prebacujem na Sony.
Da dajbuš?
Pa malo. Red bi bio. Malo diving, malo diabloing, malo... Ovako glup personal. Talbertom, 200 neprijeti.
Kapiram.
Treba 250 kredita za novi Warbound. Motherfucker!
Za koji novi? Pa tebi fali svi.
Ne fali mi svilija, sad ću ti kažem. Otvorio sam... Ne. Otvorio sam onaj Cutting Edge, otvorio sam Democratic Detonation, otvorio sam Viper Commando, to je to. Trudim se, sad ću. Da, nešto lagano, trojku, dajte me farme malo. Kao dio, onaj ubiće.
massacre.
Čovjek uzmi i rok. Yeah! Kačem na glavu ili ja.
Da ti verujem. Wait a minute. Did I kill this dude?
Did I kill it? Did I kill it? Oh my god, raise the flag of Super Earth. 1, 2, 3. Dead in that good package. Da vidimo gdje smo, šta smo i kako stojimo. Stojimo veoma divno. Ovako ću morati u krug. Trčkaj Slavko!
Sneaky peeky.
Kakav sneaky na tvoj plan?
Ne ja.
I'm gonna lurk while I get littles up to school. I hope you have a good scream. I'll catch you around, I'm sure.
Okay, take care. Thanks for dropping by.
Bunker čovječ. Gdje su njega sakrili krvi njega. Kao sve sam vidio, ovo nisam. Od majke.
Bunker u kukuruzu?
Da. To nisam vidio.
Kako si je video sa onim scout armorom, šta?
A tu sam se blizu spawnovao, razumeš? I protrčavam i kao question mark nije, znaš?
I ti uđeš u kukuruze
i kao u kukuruz, da, i ono kao, znaš, klasično rupa dole i kao bunker. I direkt.
A koja je planeta?
Jao, trenutnu planetu koju branim je, sad čekaj sad da vidim.
Je li Gakrux?
Tako nešto, ili Pandion, na te dve sam jedan. Divno. Ima još mamu ovdje. Les.
Evo kurac. Okej. Hunter's killed one. Unfortunate.
Unfortunata. I baš neki unfortunate.
Ubio sam ga bubom, htio sam samo da ga otrujem. Evo toliko helta malo da sam gubio.
To je sjajno.
Pa nisam teo.
To je sjajno.
To je bilo ubistvo s predumišljajem. Accident. Pure accident.
Pure accidento.
Accidente.
Neki pure accidento. A? Jel imaš pure
Trčkaj!
accidento? Gde si, Draškoviću?
Bori se!
Gde si, Draškoviću, vuče?
Really?
Draškoviću, vuče. Ko te za uši vuče?
Momci, ja sam otišao nešto da izjedem.
Da izjedeš, a?
Jeste?
Kad radiš?
Radim od 2.
Pa to je sjajno. Si vidio s Milanom da ti dao pratnju do...
Da nas zebem, šta?
Da ne pogrešiš firmu slučajno. Pa
Znam. Pa ja volim kad me on prati.
Da se čovjek ne zabrine, jel te?
Da.
Ovdje je bunker garantovan. Pa da.
Znači, Kecman je dobio monitor čim pita šta je onaj kabel. Što to je ta? Da, evo hvali se. Evo ga Kecman ko Milan.
Because I gotta go to work soon, I'm gonna raid Michelle.
Moj Milan. Ovo, znači ti si žan.
Marvelous. Welcome to my channel.
Hey, Will. How's it going?